Look how far you have come on your own, but never alone. Through the rain and through the shine, here's your moment, it's your time. You stood tall and now you see, standing in your destiny. 100 woman growing strong. 100 woman where you belong. You stood tall and now you see, you have reached your destiny, woman. Look how far you have come.
Welcome, welcome, good morning, and welcome to Women Taking Control, Investing in Black Healthcare, presented by 100 ABC Women and TD Bank. Today's event will take you through the Black healthcare journey, which we hope will give you some insights as to why we need to make healthcare a priority. Viewers and listening audience, you are in for an educational treat. Sit back, relax, and listen to 100 ABC women and honorees who are experts on various topics and have volunteered their time to spend the next 5 hours with you. Let me first introduce the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine, who will acknowledge the land on which we stand, as well as bring you the heartiest of welcome. Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine is a Canadian educator, social advocate, and politician. Many of you may know her or should know her for legislatively bringing Black History Month to Canada. A big welcome to you, Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Donna, and welcome to all who are engaged today and will be engaged today with us at this very important setting. We bring to you greetings from the 400 accomplished Black Canadian women. We want to welcome each and every one of you to this session, and we want this to be instructive, to be informative, to be interesting, and we expect that at the end of the day, we'll say it was good that we participated. So welcome all. Let me begin now with a land acknowledgement. I'll do an acknowledgement that was written by one of our women, Kay Johnson, and it reads, as people of African descent, we offer this land acknowledgement in recognition, in solidarity with the indigenous peoples of Turtle Island in the efforts and deliberate intentions towards decolonization. As people of African descent, we acknowledge the land of Turtle Island that sustains us, express deep gratitude to its indigenous peoples, and we pledge to honor our dignity and divinity that ultimately connects us all.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine. So on to the program. But I first want to say a few words about us, a special message to you. 100 accomplished Black Canadian women which we call 100 ABC Women, is a bold project initiated by co-authors and co-founders, the Honorable Dr. Jane Augustine, Dr. Denise O'Neill Green, and I. Our mission is to celebrate and archive the professional accomplishments of trailblazing Black women from all across Canada. The goal is to create an ever-expanding database available for current and future generations via print media, public and private libraries, as well as our website, which is, by the way, www.100abcwomen.ca. That was easy. In addition to our book launching gala, we offer fireside chats, and we got 35 of them coming up, on topics that matter to communities. These include conversations around education, healthcare, entertainment, creative arts, and so much more. I would like to thank each of you who attended our recent book launching gala as well, for those who are staunch supporters of our work. You have inspired us to continue striving to uplift the work of our honorees, future honorees, and our future generation. Today's event will be a depiction of the talent and brilliance of our honorees. It is our hope that you will find today's seminar educational and inspirational. I know that we can do this. Make healthcare for ourselves and those we love a priority. For I personally can attest to the fact that when I'm in good health, I feel inspired to do more. Thank you for your time. Please continue to support us. A special thanks to our sponsor, TD Bank, without whom we could not have had this amazing session. And of course, our speakers today. But enough about me. Let's get started and introduce our two MCs, two great MCs. First, Luke Sidious. He is a strategic, collaborative, and accountable member of the HR Talent Management, Colleague and Culture Unit at TD. After occupying a variety of roles in multiple teams, Luke recently received a promotion, wow, as the Global Colleague Experience and Employer Brand Manager for TD. He's now in his 14th year with the organization, and he wears many hats, including being a member of the leadership team of the Professional Development Pillar of the TD Bank Employee Network. That's a Black Employee Network. He is the official consult for the TD Insurance Black Employee Network, member of the Latinos in Leadership Employee Resource Group, and member of the Canadian Association of Urban Financial Professionals. Luke is very, very passionate about helping the community, especially through volunteering, and currently mentors 25 individuals outside of work. His goal is to help enhance and enrich lives in support of a better global society. Isn't that wonderful? Nicole Waldron, oh, everybody knows Nicole. She is an event planner, inspirational speaker, podcaster, archivist, and author. My God. She is a change agent working tirelessly for the advancement, progress, and prosperity of her community. This community advocate is passionate about issues related to affordable housing, important topic, mental health care givers, another important topic, along with issues affecting the Black community and the community at large. Nicole, who's quite busy, sits on the board of cooperators, CHF Canada, as well as committees at Stellus Place, OFCAN, and various committees. Nicole is a sought-after speaker and host. She is also the co-author of 2 books, one more to come, Pursued by Purpose. It's called And the Rising Eagle is the Author. Her Victory Speak podcast and online show inspires listeners to live a life of victory. Nicole has been named one of the 100 accomplished Black Canadian women in 2018, along with being named one of the 150 women in Her Story in Black, How She Hustles. She is a recipient of the 2020 Brian Birch Community Service Award and Kathleen Blinkhorn Award for Excellence in Volunteerism. Please welcome our hosts for today, Luke and Nicole.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. And it's such an honor to be here on this beautiful fall day. And it's welcome to Women Taking Control, Investing in Black Healthcare, presented by 100 ABC Women and TD Bank. It is an honor to be here with you and co-host this event with my amazing co-host, Luke Sinas. Luke?
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate being here with you as well, Nicole. It is absolutely an honor, and we're about to kick off an amazing event today. Thank you, Donna, for these prestigious introductions. If I could, I think I would be red right now, but I cannot. So welcome, everybody, and bonjour à tous nos participants francophones. We have to acknowledge all the people speaking French who are here and are speaking and are audibly in French in our audience. Sagat fait tout monde for our Creole-speaking people. Buenos dias, ¿cómo estás? For our Spanish-speaking cousins. And wagwan.
And go ahead, Luke.
Go ahead. You're going to say?
I was just going to say, before we go any further, I was just going to ask if the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine, if you could put on your video for us so we can acknowledge you.
Good idea.
It says you cannot start your video because the host
Okay.
stopped it.
Okay, so
all through my early presentation, I was trying to get the video on as I did the land acknowledgement, and I couldn't.
So we're gonna make sure that happens, and we're gonna bring you up on it in a minute.
But that's okay. That's okay. That's
okay.
Oops. There you go.
There
But we still want to thank you, Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine, for this inspirational land acknowledgement and for your words of welcome. You also, everyone, heard a special message from Donna Jones-Simmons, who is the co-author, co-founder of 100 ABC Women, founded in 2015. Donna is also the architect of the project, which encompasses the book launch and gala, the symposium, and 35 fireside chats that will be aired starting October 2022 to July 2023. Donna has won several awards for the work she does, which includes receiving Brilliant Minded Women Award, very specific, and 100 ABC Women Vanguard Lifetime Achievement Award. She is a staunch Rotarian and currently serves as a member of the Executive Committee, Board of Directors, Foundation Board Member, and Liaison Director for the International Service Committee. She is a board member for Dialot and Delta Family Services. She is a fully qualified and certified HR professional and facilitator. And I found out last night that we actually worked at TD at the same time, and I just wish I had known her then. We would like to take this time to acknowledge MPP Mitzi Hunter, who has joined us today and has been a great supporter of 100 accomplished Black Canadian women.
Awesome. Well, Jean, I think they have fixed the video problem, and we would love to see you because Dr. Honorable Jean Augustine, you mean so much to us. And as one of the co-founders and co-authors, it will be so remiss if we didn't get to see your amazing face this morning and that land acknowledgement that you do so amazingly. So let me know if your video can come on so that we can give you a beautiful virtual round of applause. You'll hear my hands clapping, let me know for sure, and Luke's.
Yep.
I see video, there you are. Dr. Augustine, it is such a delight to have you on here today, and to be one of these matriarchs in our society and a forerunner. And we know healthcare and our Black women are so important to you, and you have been so specific when it comes to that land acknowledgement. It's one of those things that you really, it speaks to my heart. And I know you also had some words of welcome that you wanted to share before we went on this morning. So I just want to yield the mic to you so you can give your warm words of welcome outside of the land acknowledgement. And definitely, I think we're going to re-record that land acknowledgement so we can put it in the video. So over to you, Dr. Jean.
Well, in the presence of such brilliance and in the presence of community and in the name of the 100 accomplished Black Canadian women, it is indeed a pleasure to greet, to say hello, and to be joyful about the fact that we bring together such professionals who will interact with us, will share information, would make sure that we have all that's necessary to go forward. We've come through some difficult times, but we know that as women, we've been resilient. As women, we've been taking and then making the path forward, not only for ourselves, for our livelihoods, but also for those coming after us. And so as 100 accomplished Black Canadian women, we thank our sponsors, those who help and support and encourage, and those whose work on a daily basis create in Canada the kind of society that we all want. And so those are my words of welcome. I am always so pleased, so happy, so energized by hearing and seeing and being with accomplished Black Canadian women and all women in our community who are doing so much to make this the diverse, the inclusive, and the kind of and fair society that we all want. So let's have a really good day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was just what we needed to start the day, Dr. Augustine. And you know, I have to use my favorite word. If you hear me speak, you're just so supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You just celebrated your 85th birthday. So we're saying happy birthday again. We're going to be celebrating 85 celebrations just for you because you're so special to us. And so today would not happen without the support of our sponsor, TD, and their team, who came together with 100 ABC women to create this conversation on Black women investing in their healthcare. Today, we have curated this special group of speakers just for you so that we can educate and enhance our community. One conversation at a time, one person at a time. Today, we have chosen to take on a really big topic, healthcare, and more importantly, investing in Black healthcare, women taking control. For so long, Black women have been called strong, resilient. We have been mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, and we go to work. We're working from home, at home, or on the field. We've been holding it down for so long. We have not really been taught how to take care of ourselves and to look after ourselves, for us and for our families. And today, 100 ABC women, 100 accomplished Black Canadian women found that it was very important that we do this today. This is not the first of our conversations when it comes to health. Last year, we spoke about mental health. Today, we're looking at our overall health. We'll be touching on 3 important topics, and we will have 2 speakers for you. We will touch them at some of them at high levels. We'll go intimate, but we know in our fireside chats that will be coming up from October, we will be going into some of the healthcare topics and much more. So buckle your seatbelts, for we're about to take a journey that as Black women, we need to always be ready. As they say, you know, when you're in an aircraft, if it gets in trouble, what do you have to do? You have to put on your oxygen mask first before you can help anyone else. So ladies, women, put on your oxygen mask today, because it's about you taking the first breath, you taking the first step, and taking our community with us as we enhance our health and well-being. There'll be a lot of impactful information for all of us and our community shared with us today. So we encourage you to share it on your social media. Now, right now, we're streaming live on YouTube. So, man, go to YouTube, go to the 100 Accomplished Black Canadian Women YouTube channel and share. Our hashtags today are investing in Black healthcare or 100 ABC Women. And be sure to tell your friends, we're online, we are live. And this part of the morning, we're also going to have our keynote speaker, and you're going to hear so much from her. And self-care, moving from motivation to inspiration, will be our first panel. So Luke, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I know what people might be thinking, what is a young man doing on this panel for 100 ABC women, right? 100 accomplished Black Canadian women, which obviously I don't fit in. But when I got the invitation, I really thought, this is everyone's responsibility, regardless of who we are, regardless of our color, creed, gender. Black women have been supporting our society so much, and it's everybody's responsibility to take care of them and to be aware of how we can support the Black women today. So really, I'm proud to be here and happy to represent and support this organization, but as well to support the work that they're doing and to be a host as well, along with you on this panel. So really, I thank you for this opportunity, 100 ABC Women. Now, to the audience, if you'd like to ask questions, please do us a favor, put it in the chat. Don't be shy, let's be interactive, let's have fun today. Use your emojis, your reactions. Again, let's make it as interactive as possible. And going back to your questions, what we'll do is we'll do our best to have as many of them answered in the time allotted. Information on all our speakers is in the online program, which can be viewed at www.100abcwomen.ca. Okay, now let's get this show on the road. Our keynote address will be brought to us by Dr. Onye Nnorum, who is a family doctor and public health specialist. Dr. Nnorum is the Associate Program Director of the Public Health and Preventive Medicine Residency Program at the University of Toronto, Black Health Team Lead for the Faculty of Medicine and Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Lead within the Department of Family and Community Medicine at the University of Toronto. She's a host of the podcast Race, Health, and Happiness, and past president of the Black Physicians Association of Ontario. Dr. Nnorum's keynote speech today will review examples of how we, and really everyone, how we can and how we are investing in our healthcare as a collective and concrete ways in which we can invest in ourselves as individuals, focusing on the best of Western and African diasporic approaches of well-being. We really look forward to it. Dr. Onye, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I am honored to be here. I certainly wish that we were in person, but this is just fantastic to be with all of you. And thank you so much to the organizers and founders of 100 ABC Women. And I, as I'd mentioned previously, am very honored to have been a recipient of the award this year. So I'm going to share my slides and start the presentation. Just give me just one moment. There we go. And so I am joining you from Toronto or Toronto, and just want to acknowledge, I know I loved the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine land acknowledgement. I simply want to also specifically recognize where I am located in Toronto, so land that in which for hundreds and thousands of years, the keepers of this land where I'm located specifically have been the Seneca, the Huron-Wendat, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. And so I am very fortunate to be on this land, but also I'm fortunate, I think we're all fortunate to live during a time of truth and reconciliation, and to think about our own ancestries and to think about those who came before us. We know that we are in the decade of people of African descent as declared by the United Nations. And so this is a time to reflect on, for instance, how many of us came to be on this land, not as settlers, but many of us brought here, our ancestors brought here against their will to the Western world, but at the same time celebrating our collective resilience. That is why we're still here and thriving and surviving, is because of our collective strength, not individual strength necessarily, but our collective strength. So that's something beautiful to recognize and to stand in solidarity with our Indigenous brothers, sisters, cousins who are pushing for the same independence and solidarity that many of us had in our own home countries. And so it is a beautiful time to live and to be able to do this work. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about myself, a little bit about the work, and then I'm going to give you some tools to think about how we can invest in our healthcare individually and collectively. So first, as I mentioned in thinking about ancestry, I like to acknowledge my own paternal grandmother, Onye Nnorum. This picture is from the 1970s, but she did not, go to school beyond elementary school. But in our community in Nigeria, she was a healer, a herbalist, a spiritualist, worked in general health and women's fertility, actually, and was very successful. I did not really get to know her as a child. And so these stories of her being a healer only really came to me after I entered medicine. But, certainly our ancestors, their cells, their stories, their joys and their challenges live in all of us, right? And so I do believe now I am manifesting much of, my grandmother's essence. Now, what I did know as a child, though, growing up, was the adversity that we face here in Canada. So as I said, many of us have come to this land in different ways. My mother is from Trinidad and my father from Nigeria. And so I grew up in Montreal. And so one of the earliest challenges that I had to face as a child and learn how to kind of stand up for myself and be empowered by my parents to stand up for myself was in the experience of racism. Not only racism from other children in the schoolyard, but the structural racism that we talk about, where the teachers make assumptions about children. And so I was empowered to understand about slavery and read about Nelson Mandela, like at a very young age. So this is a picture of me in grade 3 in the top right. That's my lawyer pose. That's my lawyer pose because I thought I was going to be a lawyer and freedom fighter like Nelson Mandela. And so that's the African National Congress flag, his political party in crayon. And so, when some kids would do show and tell about their Barbies or their rock collection, I was there talking about how we needed to end racism and oppression and apartheid. But nonetheless, I'm very blessed because although I didn't become a freedom fighter, I came to understand that racism actually is not just a social justice issue, it is a health issue. So when we fast forward, for me, it has come full circle with regards to my work in medicine. My work focuses on Black health, anti-Black racism, women's health. So you'll see here articles or on the bottom left, campaigns for increasing breast cancer screening with Black women. And at our center at Taibu Community Health Center, which I'll talk about a little bit later, we were able to triple mammography rates among Black and other immigrant women. The podcast Race, Health, and Happiness. And then at the bottom right now, I'm co-leading an initiative, the Black Health Education Collaborative, to be able to teach healthcare providers about Black health, anti-Black racism, and also about Afrocentric approaches to care. So that tells you a little bit about me and, my passion for this work. But I think what I really want to be able to dive into for you is to let you know a little bit about the problem when it comes to Black health here in Canada. And so I say the problem, and in fact, there are many. And I'm actually not going to spend this whole talk talking about all the problems. I think intuitively we know about quite a few of them, but I'm going to highlight some, and I'm going to help us understand how systemic racism actually worsens them or causes a lot of our problems, and the things that we can do to take care of ourselves. So as I mentioned, we are in the decade, the International Decade for People of African Descent, Recognition, Justice, and Development. And so when a delegate from the United Nations came here in 2017 and speaking about healthcare, they noted that several factors contribute to our health disparities as Black communities here in Canada, including historic barriers to access and continuity of healthcare, longstanding systemic racism, low socioeconomic status, lack of cultural specificity in health education, and underrepresentation of Black health professionals in the system. And so I can tell you that there's a whole ecosystem, which I'll talk about in a moment, of folks who are really working hard to address this. Specifically that are Black-led, but done in partnership with our non-Black allies and those who are in solidarity with us. So although I'm going to speak about health disparities, we have to stay in hope and positivity that these are things that actually we can address. So in that, we certainly know that Black experiences in healthcare vary, but we know that for many of us who have had loved ones in the healthcare system or who ourselves have had to be in the healthcare system, let's say for, multiple encounters where we have to go to the emergency department or we have to be there for loved ones, there are so many ways in which anti-Black racism plays out in our healthcare system. And this is something that we need to collectively address. So here I'm just, providing a report from the Black Health Alliance in partnership with Mount Sinai Hospital that came out in January 2020, just before the pandemic. But awareness is coming to those who are in leadership, but there's so much that we have to advocate for and understand. So when it comes, and like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time focusing on the disparities, but I will touch on them when we're thinking about ourselves as Black women. I like that Nicole mentioned that when we enter, when we're on the plane, we need to put on the oxygen mask. We will talk about the oxygen mask, the standard things we need to do for health, but we have to understand that systemic racism is actually everywhere. It's not just in what somebody does or says to us, but it's the opportunities that we are allowed to have. It is the barriers that we face. So whether it's the fact that, as Statistics Canada has told us, a Black woman is 1.5 times more likely to be overqualified for her job. So that means you have the education, you've done the work, but you're not getting the promotion, you're not getting the financial support that you need, then that plays a role on your health. But then when you come into healthcare, because of the stress or whatever you're experiencing, there are a myriad of ways that healthcare can actually, providers can make it worse when there's racism within the system. And so there might be, as we know, poor maternal and perinatal outcomes when we are not believed, when something is happening, when we are having babies within the system. There's misogynoir, so where we might advocate for ourselves, we are either accused of or we are worried about being seen as the angry Black woman. Lack of culturally safe care. We might experience microaggressions or family members, so we experience it vicariously. Inadequate mental health care resources, and inadequate data on Black health and Black women's health, right? So that is something that we know exists in our healthcare system. And these are things that need to be overcome. But beyond the healthcare system, there's the fact of our health. Our health is really fostered by our environment, right? Where we work, where we worship, where we play, in the streets, in the classrooms. And so there are many barriers that we face even before we get to healthcare. And the issue is our body keeps score. And so it's not just the oxygen mask, but with systemic racism, we need to take even more care of our health. We need actually a gas mask, right? We need to step up how much we invest in our health because there are so many barriers put forward to us. Of course, the Statistics Canada stat that I gave of, Black women being 1.5 times more likely to be overqualified for their job, that's just where we have the data. But I think all of us know about the extra challenges that we face at the intersection of both experiencing racism and sexism in society. And our body keeps score. But I am just going to take a moment to speak specifically about racism itself. And so it's a type of stress. It's an extra layer of stress that our white counterparts do not experience in their everyday lives. Living in North America is very stressful for everyone, but this is an extra layer of stress. And so race-based stress and trauma does not only occur in the context of an interpersonal encounter where somebody said something to you or somebody did something to you. Many of my patients tend to think, if I ask about racism, they're saying, well, nobody actually said something to me or called me the N-word. I can't think of anything in particular. But when I dig further, they're working 10 times as hard. They're putting their hair a certain way so that they can fit more into society or acculturate. They're swallowing their accent so they can fit in. All of these things are forms of institutional racism, where you can't come as your authentic self. Your body keeps score. And so other forms of race-based trauma that we might be experiencing are like witnessing ethno-violence or discrimination. So the videos of George Floyd and his murder, watching that type of thing, we internalize that. Historical or personal memory of racism, institutional racism. If in Toronto, the Black population is almost 10% of the population. If you walk into your workspace, or if you work for a large institution, and you see the photos of the people who have been CEOs and leaders or the board of directors, and you don't see 10% of those people as Black people, if you are working and you're not seeing Black people promoted, but tend to be at the lower ranks within the institution, then that's an extra layer of stress playing in the back of your mind. There's the microaggressions, the assumptions, or maybe you also have to show your ID. Certainly I experienced this as a physician, people not believing that I'm a doctor, or asking me a lot of unnecessary questions that they don't ask my white counterparts about their CV, basically, at a clinical encounter. Or just the constant threat of racial discrimination. That's another layer of stress. So you've got a job interview. You're thinking about, how can I put my hair? How do I do this? How do I not trigger a stereotype? How do I not say what neighborhood I came from, or something like that? That is an extra layer of stress that our white counterparts do not experience. And so after a time, it can take a toll on us. So we have to be really mindful of investing in our health. Now, I'm just going to show you, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I know this is a very fancy slide, but it's just to say the physiologic reaction to everyday racism, or the microaggressions and indignities, those actually accumulate over time. So if you're newer to the country, it doesn't even affect you that much. It's death by 1,000 cuts in a way that happens over time. And it is not due to a weakness in a person's character when it takes a toll. It is a normal physiologic response to being treated in a really abnormal and cruel way. So it's stress. So whether somebody is going through environmental stressors, major life events, or trauma, in our case, I'm talking about it with regards to racism, but there can be other events where you have that perceived stress, so where the brain is in the middle, that threat, that helplessness, that vigilance. Over a long time, your body is trying to adapt to the stress. And that term is called allostatic load. It's the accumulation of your body just constantly trying to adapt and manage in a situation that is causing you distress that is outside of your locus of control. And so there are studies where you can measure allostatic load, that you can do blood tests and a number of physiologic markers that I'm not going to get into unless you want me to in the Q&A. But I bring this up just to say that there have been studies done in the States where they looked at allostatic load and compared Black women, white women, Black men, and white men. And so that's what this graph is about, looking at allostatic load for those particular groups based on age. And what you see is this, almost right through, but it accumulates over time, is that for African-American women, their allostatic load was much higher than the other groups. And the theory behind that is it's really because of dealing with both systemic racism and systemic sexism for Black women, better known as misogynoir. The combination of that takes a toll of chronic stress over time, more so than for other groups. Now I'm going to get to the good news. What can we do about it? So I've been doing this work as a physician, let me think, probably for 15 years. So yeah, but most focused as in research for a little over a decade. And so what I can say is that due to the activism and people rising up, particularly Black Lives Matter and so many activists during this pandemic, what we have seen, particularly in Canada, is what I would call a revolution of awareness. I don't think we're at the point where we've seen a revolution of action, but there is awareness. And so that's opened up a window for us to really have folks understand what anti-Black racism causes for us socially, physically, collectively, but also ways to be able to change that as a society and thinking about our health. And so in medicine, I am part of an ecosystem, a movement, you could call it, to dismantle systemic anti-Black racism in medicine. And so that definitely needs to happen. That definitely needs everyone's support in different ways, just voices speaking up and acknowledging this. But I think there's also opportunity to think of this as a moment of a renaissance. So yes, it's a reckoning, but is it a time to really change things? And so in our institutions where you work, that is part of your health. How you're treated is part of your health. And I think one thing that we need to be careful about is where folks who are in power, who usually are coming from a colonial lens, try to address issues of racism by basically, playing this type of game where you put one block on top of the other, but the structure is still the same. So somebody might get a promotion, but collectively what's happening to the Black people within the institution, or if there's no Black people within the institution, nothing has changed. And so it's really important to address structures in the place that you work collectively, not as an individual, but collectively, to really be part of that change. You need structural change in the places and spaces that you work, and you shouldn't try to advocate for that by yourself. That is not usually a good approach. It really needs to be done collectively, but thinking about restructuring how things are done in your space collectively as a caucus or something like that can have a positive impact on your health. So is it time for a renaissance? That's something to ask yourself in the workspaces. And of course, I just plugged Beyonce because I love the fact that her album is called Renaissance. But let's be more serious. Let me give you a case example, at least, of how that is happening in healthcare, because I came to be positive. I want to be positive and optimistic. So a way that our government here in Ontario is now investing in Black health is that we now have Ontario's Black Health Plan. Now it is still in draft, but it is available publicly. So I've put the link there, but really it's has come through significant advocacy during this pandemic around issues of Black health, because certainly the pandemic disproportionately impacted us as Black folks, because we tend to be the folks who are PSWs, frontline workers, service providers, and not have, the privilege to stay at home and to socially distance ourselves. It became very clear that Black and racialized people were disproportionately impacted, and it created momentum for Black health leaders to advocate. So what you'll be seeing in coming months is the Black Health Plan. And it includes community engagement, community leadership, data collection, funding, accountability, and policies. So that's somewhere where we need to certainly come together and support this type of work, because again, nothing can be done as individuals. But that is system level investment. I know that what you folks want to know is, what can you do? How can you stay healthy? So I have some recommendations for you. And on this side here, and it's not even a plug, I do not know Tricia Hersey, but I do enjoy the work of the NAP ministry, which she leads on Instagram. And so she has a book coming out. And really, this slide is not about the book, but it's about rest. Rest is resistance. And so as much as possible, as much as we can afford it, it is so important that we're not in this constant grind culture that actually disproportionately weighs on the shoulders of Black women. So many of our ancestors have worked so hard. And so it is so important for us to celebrate them by at times taking some time to rest. As I mentioned, the body keeps score. If you don't take a break, your body will break. You will be forced to take a break. So we have to take responsibility and invest in our health. And so what are the different ways? First of all, fundamentally, we are human beings. If you take racism away, actually, there is no difference between races biologically. That is a racist myth. You have differences in groups geographically. So West Africans might have some conditions, East Africans, Western Europeans or Eastern Europeans. But fundamentally, health-wise, if you're not dealing with the pressures and stress of racism and how those cause health disparities, biologically, we are the same. And so we need to think about tips for our health and success in thinking about it plainly as human beings. And so I recommend actually the Yale course for the science of well-being. It's free, it's online, but nonetheless, I'm just going to share the findings here with you. when looking overall at human beings and what keeps us healthy, it really is a lot of the common sense things that sometimes we ignore. So of course, exercise, flow, so where we play and we have creativity and work, kind of like in that movie Soul, if you've seen that cartoon. But tapping into what our gifts are and making sure that we have time to do those things, making sure we get enough sleep, practicing meditation, seeking environments where people greet each other. So saying hello in the morning, at work, even if everybody else doesn't answer you, that kind of thing, or speaking to strangers, those are actually things that actually have been shown physiologically to improve health. And practicing gratitude. So much can go wrong, but usually there is something that is right. If we woke up in the morning, then something indeed is right. But the other thing that I want to say is this is a Yale course. This is like systematic reviews, major research. But when we think about our own African diasporic ancestry, when we talk about coming together and having gratitude and greeting people, these are things that we naturally, this is the wisdom of our ancestors, of that exercise, that flow, that play. We look at these things and we take them for granted, but it is actually why we are still here today. And so we mustn't be deceived by the lens of the colonizer lens of looking down at those things that kept our ancestors alive, but we actually have to be intentional about keeping them in our own lives every day. Now, as a Black woman, as far as next level tips, so I spoke specifically about just in general as human beings, then we have to remember that self-care is resistance. We talked to, earlier there was that thing about the oxygen mask, or whether it's the gas mask, you have to put it on yourself in order to care for others. Peer support is key. So especially if you're in a corporate environment, you need to be able to find folks who look like you, or maybe they don't look like you, but they understand the experience of oppression and marginalization, and they can validate your experience. Otherwise, you will have experiences of racism that you either then end up being convinced were not racism, because folks who don't understand it will say, are you sure? Because Jim is a really nice guy and maybe you didn't, and so that'll take you spinning out of control and start to invalidate, and you start to doubt yourself, or you will enter a state of denial, a chronic state of denial, where something like the George Floyd murder happens and then boop, everything explodes and all of the memories come back. So you need to have peer support from somebody who will validate you. Do not ignore your external or your internal environment. Your body keeps score, as I said, and you want to curate your support team. And so depending on your financial situation, I know that might vary, but you really want to think about who's supporting you with your mental health, if you can have a therapist, physical health, are you able to go to the gym or have a walking group, just some friends who go walking, and your spiritual health. And it doesn't have to be religion, but it helps you to kind of keep in alignment with your authentic self. Even if you have to code switch at work, you still need those things, and you need to curate it. Who around you, who can help you? What can you afford? If you can't afford it, then how can you cherry pick these people to be in your midst, and that you can rely on them and count on them? And it might be your family doctor as well, if you have a trusted source for help. Now, if you don't have a family doctor, or you want an environment like that, then thinking about the individual and collectively, I strongly recommend joining a community health center. There are community health centers, particularly in the Greater Toronto area, that focus on Black community health, or at least have an anti-racism lens. And you can either get clinical services there, like a family doctor or nurse practitioner, or you can just be part of the community engagement activities that they have. And so in that way, you would be connected to organizations like the Black Physicians or Black Health Alliance. And this is my last slide. I see Nicole coming on. So this is my last slide. But be engaged in the broader advocacy for change in healthcare. And again, that's done most readily through community health centers, but there is an ecosystem looking at Black health and in organizations that is emerging, and I hope all of you stay tuned. So that is basically it, but I do hope that I'm ending on a tone of hope on what you can do and what we need to do collectively. The photo on the right is from a boat party that we had with the Black Physicians Association. All of the young people in that photo, they're all upcoming doctors. And so we know that many of you are looking for Black physicians. There aren't enough of us yet, but trust me, they're coming. at the University of Toronto right now, there are a little under 100 Black medical students total, if you take the 4 years. And so we are doing that work to make sure that you have culturally safe care. So that is it from me, but thank you so much. And I hope we have a beautiful, wonderful day full of Black excellence and joy.
Yay, I know if we were live, Dr. Onye, everybody would be like cheering. That was phenomenal. Like, you touched on so many great parts. I just can't wait to dive in. Now we just have like a few minutes left. But you talked about vicarious trauma, you talked about race-based trauma and how do we heal from this. You gave so many practical pieces of advice that people can actually do. Like, so, and death by 1,000 cuts, oh my goodness, like I was on fire here. We definitely, and I'm gonna say to the 100 ABC women curators, I think we just need a conversation just on this in our fireside chats, because it is so important. There's vicarious trauma that we're dealing with, and race-based trauma and how we heal from it. You spoke about blood tests and the, what was it? Allostatic load?
Allostatic load, yes.
So just in just a little space of time that we have, how would I ask my doctor to get that test? And is it covered, or do I have to pay for it? How does that work?
No, it's a very type of test that's done in what's the word, scientific research. It's a whole battery of tests, and there's no standardization. So it's really when they want to look at a whole population, like they looked at all many African American women, because it's like urine tests. Some of the tests that we usually do, like A1C for diabetes, but there's a lot of also invasive tests as well, right, that only participants in the study who are, almost getting a little bit of remuneration for their time. It's a pretty intensive battery of tests that is not done in a standard way. But I will say that half of those tests are the types of things that you get in your regular checkup. So in those, they look at blood pressure, right? And so for Black women, even there had been a Canadian study, our blood pressure is usually higher than Black men, which is different than the white population, right? Where it's usually men compared to women. So of course, keeping track of your blood pressure. They do the diabetes test, A1C. So that is certainly one. And then cholesterol. So those are standard tests that we have actually, that often we know that we have more hypertension, diabetes, and cholesterol. But interestingly, so does South Asian population. So does the indigenous population. That's not a mutation. What do we have in common?
That trauma.
Thank you. And the structural oppression is not a genetic mutation. So we need to, again, that gas mask, everything that we do, we have to be intentional. And I also had high blood pressure, but I was able to address it through diet changes and making sure I meditate. And I help my patients deprescribe all the time. So it's possible, but you have to be willing to go get the test and do something about it.
I like that. That is key advice, because I think sometimes as Black women in particular, we're so moving and we're so resilient and we're so strong and we're moving in this. We don't do the pre-work, we're always moving on, the defensive instead of the offensive. And so I like that you were able to de-prescribe and come off medication. Okay.
Yeah, and for my patients as well, it is doable. It's hard work.
Yes.
You have to eat better. You have to have, your rice. You can have rice and peas perhaps, but you're not having fried chicken. You're having some okra, right? You don't have to have a sandwich and carrots, but you know what I mean?
It's how you cook the food. You can have the food. It's how you cook the food, and it's the portions.
It's all of that. Yes.
Listen, I can talk to you all day. And I think what we should share with individuals, just so in case those who missed it and came online later, people can go and listen to your podcast, because you have an amazing podcast. Can you share with us the name of the podcast before we go?
Yeah, sure. So it's on all platforms, and it's called Race, Health, and Happiness. So on any podcast platform that you listen to, and that's really what it's about. It's about finding the wisdom from actually not just Black folks. So we have Black folks predominantly, but Indigenous, South Asian, other communities, because the wisdom is there on how to stay well in a racialized world. So we tap into all of that and share that as a gift. So yes, definitely Race, Health, and Happiness. Check it out on any podcast platform.
Race, Health, and Happiness. I love it. Dr. Onye, it has been indeed a pleasure having you here as our keynote speaker today. And you know, you're supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I'm so glad you are. And congratulations and welcome to the 100 ABC Sisterhood. It was great seeing you on the weekend at the gala. And we look forward to learning and hearing from you more. Folks, you heard from one of the greatest minds in the world. You better tap in. You better tap in, because just now you might have to go find on Oprah or something. Tap in now, tap in now. So
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Moving on and forward, I'm so stoked and excited. Like, it's the first speaker and I'm stoked. You know, 100 ABC and TD are so pleased to present this today. And we are in a place where we have to move from motivation to inspiration. Dr. Onye spoke on something that we didn't even know she was going to speak of, the importance of self-care in our healing. She said self-care is resistance, sleep, exercise, and the things that our ancestors have taught us, and even that peer support. We need to be mindful of this. Our ancestors have been teaching us for a long time. So as we go into this session, we have an amazing facilitator, Dr. Denise O'Neil Green. Let me tell you a little bit about this woman. She is an award-winning visionary and internationally recognized expert in equity, diversity, and inclusion. You know the acronym EDI. She's also an expert in anti-racism, organizational change, and transformational leadership with 30 years of experience. As a global thought leader, she has worked across various sectors, including post-secondary education, governments, business, and healthcare. And as a keynote speaker, an innovative strategist, educator, and change maker. In March 2022, it was great news when she lost Denise O'Neil Green Consulting, using her professional and lived experiences to empower EDI leaders and organizations to go beyond the performative and be truly authentic in their development and implementation of EDI strategies. It gives me great pleasure. Listen, and you can put it in the chat, you can put it in the Q&A, you can give your round of applause virtually to welcome the moderator for our first panel, Motivation to Inspiration. And joining her will be Dr. Juliet Daniels and Juliet Query, and she'll tell you about them. Dr. Denise O'Neil Green, welcome, and it is over to you.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you everyone for being here. Happy Saturday and happy fall. So I'm really pleased to be moderating today for this event. And our first panel today, as was already described, self-care from motivation to inspiration. So let me tell you about our panelists before we bring them on so that we can engage in this discussion. And I have to say, Dr. Onye, thank you so much for your keynote. It was fantastic. You spoke to so many different things, and definitely, as you noted, caring for ourselves is about resistance. And it reminded me of the Audre Lorde quote, caring for myself is not, I underscore, not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation. And that in itself is an act of political warfare. And that is what we're here to do, to focus on ourselves, right? So starting out, we have two wonderful panelists today. We have Juliet Query, who supports registered nurses, registered practical nurses, and personal support workers clinically in the community as the community clinical nurse support with a nursing agency. She is the founder and director of My Sisters, Our Stories, MSOS, a platform that empowers women to be mentally, spiritually, physically, and financially astute despite their challenges. She has been a registered nurse for over 30 years, serving a diverse community in the healthcare sector, and has served in various capacities, including leadership as the director of nursing. And our second panelist is Dr. Juliet Daniel. Yes, we have two Juliets on the panel. I think that's so fantastic. J and J here. So going back to Dr. Juliet Daniel is a professor and cancer biologist in the Department of Biology at McMaster University. Dr. Daniel received her Bachelor of Science from Queen's University and her PhD from the University of British Columbia. She spent 6 years as a postdoc fellow at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, Memphis, and Vanderbilt University, Nashville, before joining McMaster in 1999 to establish her own research lab. And Dr. Daniel's research expertise is cell adhesion and signaling through transcription factors. Now that sounds pretty sophisticated to me. So let me continue. Her research team seeks to elucidate how malfunction of adhesion-related signaling pathways and transcription factors contribute to cancer. Dr. Daniel's research led to her discovery of a new protein. Is it Calypso? Maybe Dr. Daniel, you have to.
It's Kaiso. It's this Caribbean term for Calypso music, Kaiso.
Awesome.
Trinidadian, Onye can, do it justice too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So let's welcome our two panelists today. Thank you so much for being with us. Now, how I'd like to start us out here is that when we think about wellness, many times we focus on just the physical aspect of it. But as we engage in discussion here, I want us to think about the comprehensive aspect of wellness and well-being, from physical health, mental, psychological health, emotional health, spiritual health. And again, we're here to go from motivation, we're just sort of thinking about it. When you start the new year off, you have those different New Year resolutions. I'm going to get on the treadmill. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to do this and that. But then it all goes to the side and life takes over. But we're here to help our participants today to move from motivation to inspiration. So let's just sort of start out with just opening up the floor for the two of you just to share your philosophy about self-care and what it means to really inspire others to think about going beyond just thinking about it and focusing on others is what Black women tend to do. We tend to be the caretakers of others versus focusing on ourselves. So let's start out with you, Juliet.
Which Juliet?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do Juliet C, and we're gonna do Dr. J.
Okay.
Does that work, Dr.
That works.
Juliet?
That's
Okay.
good. That's good.
So Juliet C, why don't you kick us off?
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Denise. It's true. As women, particularly women of color, there's so much focus on taking care of others. And I'm all about self-care, even though I'm a registered.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. We have our third panelist on, Jacqueline Dixon. Okay, great. Good. Let's please bring her on here. That's great. So we have our third panelist. We weren't sure if you were there in the queue. My apologies. So Jacqueline Dixon is a certified sales professional and trainer. She is also an entrepreneur, author, and qualified professional speaker with the Canadian Association of Professional Speakers. As an expert with over 25 years of experience within the sales and marketing industry, Jacqueline has now taken the knowledge gained from her tremendous success to form a speakers platform called New Era Communications. A gifted and powerful speaker, Jacqueline delivers a series of training programs and riveting talks that have left her audiences captivated, inspired, and empowered. So thank you, Jacqueline, for joining us this morning. And you know what? Maybe I didn't get the memo here. I think all of you all have some shade of red. I knew I should have went for my red this morning. Maybe next time. Well, you know, all in the family, right?
Yes.
Okay, Juliet C.
All right. So as I was saying, yes, one of the major issue that I found with women, particularly Black women, all women really, but speaking specifically Black women, is that there's not a lot of time spent in taking care of others, because we're natural caregivers, right? And so we take care of our families, we take care of our sisters, our friends, and often there's not enough time left for us. So my big thing is all about self-care. I think it's so important to take care of oneself because outside of that, it leads to so many other problems. And self-care, to me, it's of course you're taking care of your health, but it's so much more. I'm really about what's going on in your mind. Everything that we do starts in the mind. And when we're not feeding our minds the right things because of circumstances around us, or really maybe just not knowing how to do it, then it leads to a multitude of problems. So self-care is my game, and that's really what my heart is about. I have a group of women on Facebook that I feed into weekly. And right now I'm on a 30-day stretch where I'm actually doing a 30-day movement and bring them along with me. But in doing so, every day I bring in a nugget. And it's simple things, self-care, taking the time for yourself, taking the time to relax, because we go, especially most of us wear many hats. We're professionals. We have families, whatever that family might look like. We have outside commitments. And so we're going. And honestly, if you don't take the time to stop, life will stop you. And I've had personal experience with that. And we don't need to bring it to that. We just need to learn to take that time, step back, relax. I'll get a little bit more later on into some specific things that you can do. And Dr. Onye really covered a lot of the things that, so I think we're going to have a lot of repetition today when it comes to self-care, because ultimately it's to minimize your stress, to learn how to deal with that, and just enjoy life and teach others and help others along the journey of enjoying life. Thank you.
Taking time, making time our friend instead of our enemy, pausing for ourselves, and being very clear as to what our priorities are for ourselves. And that starts with time, not allowing it to get away from us. Dr. Juliet, what about your opening thoughts on this?
Yeah, so thank you, Denise and Dr. Augustine and Donna and Nicole for inviting me, first of all, to be on the panel today. And it's an honor to be here with all these esteemed, accomplished Black Canadian women. And thank you, Onye, for that inspirational and awesome talk. I would say that we definitely have to be intentional about self-care, because we're not just, like, as you said, the Black woman mantra or stereotype is that we're the superwoman with a high pain threshold and we can do it all. And typically we are the ones holding our nuclear families as well as our extended families and the neighborhoods together. And, and that's something that frustrates me sometimes, because I wish more of our Black men would recognize and appreciate that. And I'm not sure that they do to the extent that they could. They do, but I'm not sure that they do that as enough as they could by actions and words. And for me, I would say I started on my journey of self-care in graduate school. My mom died a couple of days before my convocation for my undergrad degree at Queen's University. And I started grad school 4 months later, in part because of her death, to ovarian cancer, and my neighbor in Barbados dying a few months before her from breast cancer. And so I immediately decided to pursue cancer research as a career because I didn't want any other young people to go through what I went through as a 22-year-old losing my mom. And, you know, within that first couple of weeks of grad school, it's really intense. You're in a new city, new people, and I felt my anxiety levels rising, and, you know, and I knew that the other option is obviously not the other option. If I kept down a certain path, I would end up with a nervous breakdown or something, and then I'd be on medication. And I had friends that had nervous breakdowns, and I saw how difficult it was for them to fully recover and regain confidence. And so I immediately went into, okay, I need to, you know, self-preserve myself. And I started exercising, and then realizing, wow, you get a real endorphin rush from exercising. And I've literally never turned back. Like, I've always been a constant exerciser, and I will skip meetings and cancel meetings to attend, to just exercise and to take care of myself. And one of my mantras when I started as a professor at McMaster was that, you know, if I had two choices, I could work till I got sick and then had forced time off, or I could take time off of my own decision, my own timing, and doing what I want with that time off. So that's how I approach self-care, is that I take the time off on my terms and my conditions rather than being forced to take the time off because I'm sick. Yeah.
My terms.
Yeah.
my time.
Yeah.
It's based on my decision.
Yeah.
I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. It's going back to how you started this conversation out with being very intentional, not letting life do things to you, but you being your own master and control of how you want your life to be lived.
Yeah.
And this idea of get up and move around, not staying stationary. And especially since the pandemic, for those of us who have been fortunate enough to work from home, the constant sitting is not healthy for us. No. So we have to get up and move around. And did you want to add?
I want to add to that. So like during the pandemic, you know, I don't know, many people were talking about how they were binge watching all these TV shows. They were baking bread, baking cookies, all of this stuff, right? And every time I would like be in a Zoom meeting with my colleagues, they'd be like, oh, they did this, they did that. And they're like, Juliet, did you watch this? And I'm like, I didn't binge watch a single show. And I couldn't figure out, well, what was I doing with my time? And then I literally had to think about it and realize that while they were binge watching, I was walking 2 hours a day, every day during the pandemic. That's what I chose to do instead of binge watching TV or baking. I literally walked 2 hours every single day during the first year of the pandemic as my way of dealing with the pandemic. And because they were like, well, didn't you see this movie? I'm like, no, that movie, no. I'm like, what was I doing? And then I had to think about it and realize, oh yeah, I walked 2 hours a day, every single day for the first year of the pandemic.
So a prescription to everyone out there listening, get out there and walk, be intentional, take the time, get to some green space, you know, to clear your head. And let's move on to Jacqueline. What are your opening thoughts about, you know, us taking care of ourselves, self-care?
Thank you so much for having me. And I just want to first of all say that Dr. Danielle has been my hero for some time now. She just reaffirmed why I admire her. 2 hours of walking during the pandemic every day is absolutely awesome. So Dr. Denise, from my perspective, I look at self-care from a mental health perspective. So I have come to that place in my life that I'm clearly able to recognize and accept the fact that every relationship that I have, every interaction that I have with another human being stems from a place of where my mental health is at that time. Where am I? Am I in a good place? How successful I am in my business and Again, my public service duties and my volunteerism and all of those things, it all stems from how healthy I am from a mental health perspective. So I believe in self-assessment. So I will pull myself together and I will find that quiet place, and I do it. Sometimes I have to do it daily, but I do it at least once a week where I am just with myself. And I go through a checklist of healthy well-being, things that I know for a fact that a healthy person that is communicating well and living well and should be doing. These are the things that we should be doing as human beings in order to live a healthy and prosperous life. And if I see that checklist is not being, ticked off in the right places, then that tells me that something is going wrong. Something is going astray. And one of my mentors many, many years ago said to me something that resonates with me every single day. To thine own self be true. So if I can't be honest with myself about how I feel and how I'm, reacting to people, places, and things, then I can't truly be true to you. So I take the opportunity to use those times of self-reflection to determine whether or not this is a time that I need to slow down. Do I need to speed up, or do I need to seek help? And seeking help means that you simply reach out and ask for the assistance or guidance from somebody who could potentially help you through that spot. And I'm completely comfortable with doing that. And I do that every so often because I protect my mental well-being with every fiber of my being, because I know that I am the nucleus for my family. I am the head office. And if head office isn't operating properly, then none of the franchisees can do what they need to do. So I protect my mental health with every fiber of my being.
That's beautiful. You are the CEO, you are the president, and everything in between. And what you said reminded me of what our keynote speaker referred to as the body keeps the score. I don't remember the author of that book. Maybe some of you in the audience may know The Body Keeps the Score. What you were saying, Jacqueline, is that we need to be mindful of assessing where we are and not to let things run away and get away from us, and be inspired to do that, because that enables us to be able to do what we've planned for ourselves, those dreams, not only for ourselves alone, but also for our families and for our communities. And I also really appreciate you saying, I don't have to keep it all within myself. I can ask for help. And I think so often we feel as though we, meaning Black women, feel as though we can't ask for help. We have to have all the answers. We have to have all the capacity. But the thing is, we don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong in asking for someone to help us with checking in and understanding where we are, especially from a mental health perspective, because that's where it starts. If our mind isn't right, how can our body be right? If our body isn't right, how can our mind be right? And that takes me actually to you, Juliet C., your thoughts about that. You mentioned earlier that there are actually some steps that you would like to share with our audience today, not only related to physical and mental health, but also emotional and spiritual health as well. Could you share some of those thoughts?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I just wanted to touch a little bit with Jackie when she talked about the fact that she takes this time out and that she takes responsibility of her own mental health. You know, right now in my life, and I'm going to say the past 10 years, I've been a big advocate of self-care, but I wasn't always this way. I wasn't always this way. I used to be that woman that did everything. And because I was self-employed, I used to do things for my mother-in-law, do things for my mom, do things for my children, for my husband. I used to say that I was living my life and 10 other people's lives until 2008 when I had a cerebral hemorrhage. So let me tell you that if you don't stop, and as Jackie mentioned, do that self-reflection and say, where am I at? What's going on? And you don't recognize things life will stop you, as it did me. And it's since that and the lessons I've learned as a result of that has changed me completely, that I now do that sometimes daily, Jackie, or weekly, whatever it takes. Because my natural personality is to do, as a lot of us. But now I check myself. When I'm tired, I actually rest, which brings me to some of those things is to stop. Take the time out for yourself. Do something that brings you joy, whether that something simple could be listening for music. For Dr. Daniels, it was going for that 2-hour walk. God bless you. I wasn't doing that during the pandemic, but powerful. But that brought you joy and the ability to not just take care of your body, but the walking took care of your mind. So just doing whatever, bubble bath. When was the last time, you guys? When was the last time you took a bubble bath? A lot of people stop when they're after childhood, but honestly, something that brings you joy. Connect with people that you love you and that you trust. Because connection, when you're connecting with others, it helps you to feel good. So you want to definitely be connecting with people. And sometimes the people that we connect with, and also do a check of the people that are closest to you in your life. Do a check on those people. Because if they're not uplifting you, if you're not leaving that conversation, that interaction feeling good, you need to perhaps make some new friends. You need to change that situation, because if there are people in your life that's always making you feel less than, that contributes to your health. So check the people that you're hanging with. Add movement to your life. Oh my goodness. Intentional movement. Right now I'm on a 30-day movement challenge, and it might not be 2 hours. Actually, it's never 2 hours, let's be clear. But I'm doing movement, which I wasn't doing before, and I could feel that stiffness coming on my body. Another thing is to know your body, recognize the changes. I wrote a book, and it's I'm launching it soon, but it's out. 7 Life Lessons Leading to Your Purpose is the book, and it talked about steps leading up to that cerebral hemorrhage. And then looking back, I'm like, oh my goodness, no wonder that happened. No wonder it manifested itself in such a way, because I didn't know how to be still. I didn't know how to be still. So know that, because movement, daily activity releases hormones that just make you feel good. It increases your cardiac health. Helps with your blood pressure, your blood sugar, so many health factors. Movement is the bomb. And journaling. You want to write down gratitude. Be grateful. Sometimes we're going through some hard things. We think, oh my gosh, I got nothing to be grateful for. Yes, you do. You got the wake-up call this morning. Some people didn't get that wake-up call. The fact that you are here, be grateful, but journal it, so that the days when it's really tough and you're thinking, what's going on? You can pull that journal out and you can read the things that you are grateful for. And there's so much more as it pertains to spirituality. Everyone's at a different level, but whatever your spiritual journey is, lean on that. Have faith. Know that it can happen, whatever it is for you. Because if it's happened for one person, it can happen for someone else. It can happen for you. It can happen for me. And finally, I want to say, I'm a person of faith, and I know that God didn't have time to waste time. So if he made me, then I'm all about being here for a purpose. So whether it's God or whatever it is that you see as a spiritual, for me, it's God. I know that I'm here for a reason. My goodness, I had a brain bleed and I'm still here. There's still work to be done. I got the wake-up call this morning yet again. There's still work to be done. And finally, give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. We are super good at beating ourselves up. We're super good at noticing that one little pimple, you know, when everything else is flawless, but oh my goodness, what's that on my nose? No, give yourself grace. So that's really what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you for sharing all those actions that we can take. And it just makes me think about the self-care industry that's out there. It's blown up. It's huge. And there's so much information, whether it be consumable from a layperson's perspective or very scientific kind of information that one can take on. But is there information out there that we can consume as Black women that centers us, that focuses on what we need to do in terms of self-care and being able to access the right information? Just going to you, Dr. Juliet, where are the places we can go? What places did you go to, or do you go to seek out that appropriate information to help us as Black women to take care of ourselves?
Oh, I think that question should have been for Juliet C., who does more of the self-care. Because I am also a woman of faith, and definitely believe that we've got this far by faith.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've got this far by faith because, as some of you may know, I'm a breast cancer survivor as well. And it was definitely my faith that got me through that. And I'm here today, 13 years later. And so that was definitely by faith. And for me, honestly, I use the Bible a lot as my source of replenishment and inspiration and just guidance and wisdom. I don't have a lot of time to read lots of other things because of my career. So I literally, a lot of the things that I have were books that were given to me. So I confess that I don't go out looking for books. I actually am given most of the self-care books that I have were gifts to me, and I've read all of them. And as I said, I really believe in exercise, and I think it's not even just for Black women. It's funny, I met a new Jamaican student at McMaster 2 weeks ago, and we had a welcome reception for all of the new Black students. And I was walking from my office on Thursday evening, and he saw me and recognized me, and he came to say hi. And he was clearly stressed, and he had like 3 slices of pizza. And I was like, wow. He's like, yeah, I'm beginning to feel anxious. It's been, wrapping up the 3rd week of class. He's away from home, and he was clearly quite anxious and getting concerned already about falling behind. So we had a good chat, and I talked to him about exercising or even walking, and he's like, oh my God, I haven't done anything. My walking is running from class to class. And I said, the campus is gorgeous. We have all these beautiful hiking trails. Just do 30 minutes a day. Find a route on campus that's beautiful that you like, and just walk for 30 minutes and clear your head for 30 minutes every day. I said, you need your rest. You need to take care of yourself. So it's not just our Black women. I think in general, a lot of our Black youth are struggling, and especially our international students that come here, whether it be from Africa or the Caribbean, they are also struggling, and they need us to support them. And, so that's something as well that really struck me on Thursday, is how, it's only been 3 weeks and he's already quite anxious about, falling behind at university.
Yes.
and not having that support system to help him, and he was the head boy of his school in the Caribbean. So this is a kid that's quite smart and gifted. And, he's feeling a little alone and lost. And I think, so for me, I surround myself, as Juliet said, with lots of positive people. I have my tribe of women that I hang out with, and I have multiple, I guess, circles and rings. So it's like, there's like the inner ring, the next ring, the bigger ring. And so I have very big rings of friends, circles of friends, and I can count on them, I think, at any time, any day. And also, I also have a huge extended family that I count on. So I am more relational. So I
Got it.
thrive more through relationships and talking. and not just reading. I do read all of these books and the self-care books, but I thrive best by talking to people, laughing and dancing. And that's something we haven't even mentioned here. Like, we love to dance, we love to move. I participated last night in this concert at McMaster, at the McMaster Live Lab, Music in the Mind. And and it was really interesting. I sat in the back row and we all had these funky skull caps on so they could monitor if we're moving and stuff like that. And because it's all part of research, but it was a live concert. And I'm sitting there and the music's playing and I'm like moving and I'm looking at all the people in front of me and they're like as stiff as a board. And I'm thinking, wow. You know, unfortunately, they didn't ask about our ethnicity. So I'm going to suggest they do that next time so they can also correlate some of these things, because it was really striking. There were, you know, I was like, how could you not move to this music? You know, so I think, like, for us, we love music. We thrive on music. There's something from our African heritage and music and drums and rhythm. And that's another easy way to exercise. We don't have to go to the gym, you know, and but if you take formal dance lessons, whether it's line dancing or whatever, for those 30 minutes or 45 minutes, your brain actually shuts off. Like, you're not thinking about work. You're just thinking, okay, I got to remember this step. I can't trip on someone else. And you suddenly realize for 30 minutes, you have not thought about work. You haven't thought about whoever is stressing you out. You haven't thought about your kids. You haven't thought about your husband. You haven't thought about, what do I need to cook for dinner or breakfast? You're just enjoying those 30 minutes. And that, I think, is incredibly great for our mental health as well. And it's something we all do instinctively. Put on the music, even when you're cleaning the house, put on some music, blast some music and dance as you're cleaning. There's so many ways to actually boost those endorphins that Juliet mentioned, right? Like, those are the feel-good hormones in our body to counteract the stress hormone, cortisol. So there's so many ways we can do this. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You make me want to have some music on the program right now so that everybody can just get up out of their seats and start moving around.
Well, we can do that during one of the breaks. We can have
we can certainly do that. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. And Jackie, I saw you nodding your head when our other two panelists were speaking about their circle of friends and how they surround themselves with very positive people in a positive environment. How do you exercise that joy? And as you said earlier, you do a check-in, you do an assessment. What do you do to make sure that when there is something you need to correct or something you need to focus on, how do you go about doing that?
Thank you. So definitely I had to shake my head because I'm in total agreement with the comments from both my other panelists. And the one comment really resonated. I think Dr. Daniel said that she has circles of friends. And I completely believe in that theory as well. Like, I have my inner circle, and then from there it branches out and into my people that I would call associates, right? People that I'm associated with. So I have this very intense life, and my schedule is just beyond. So what I do for myself is I like to take myself out for dinner once a week, where I literally take myself out. And I'm sitting there and I will treat myself just as well as I would treat somebody else that I was taking out for dinner, with the whole 9 yards. And that time is a wonderful time for me to kind of recalibrate because of my schedule and because of what I do. I'm constantly in front of people. I'm constantly downloading information. And for those who are constantly downloading, like Dr. Daniel, I'm sure Juliet as well, we're constantly downloading information to other people because we're communicators, and that's what we have to do in our career. So what happens is you can deplete yourself, and once you become depleted, you've got nothing else to give. So this is that dinner that I have with myself, where I take myself out and I allow myself to kind of replenish. But how I will correct the matters that I find are either going astray or are definitely wrong is by reaching out to, believe it or not, complete and total strangers. And I do that purposely because when I want to share, I want to share all that is burdening me. And I don't want to have to only give you a piece of it, because for fear that you might judge the other piece, or that you know me so well that you're going to come to some conclusions as to what could or could not be wrong with me. So I highly suggest that we seek out professionals that do have no personal attachment to our lives. And I have found that those have been the most healing experiences that I have ever had. I lost quite a few family members during COVID. I was absolutely desecrated. You know, 6 family members of my father, my brother, 2 uncles, and my aunt. And it just happened back to back to back to back to back. And I couldn't even grieve one long enough, then another one passed. And I did not know how badly things had affected me until one day I just had nothing left in me. And I literally got on Google and I just Googled for help. Because there wasn't anybody in my inner circle or my outer circle that I felt I could talk to. Everybody had been hit. So I found an organization that specifically deals with helping people to through their bereavement period. And I was assigned a counselor. And I tell you something, the very first time I got that counselor on the phone, she must have only got 2 words in. Hello, how are you? I think that, and I just started, and for an hour, this woman just listened. She just listened to me bawl and cry and yell, and I was angry. And then and for 1 hour, she let me unload. And we had these weekly meetings it had to be a good 2 months. And it wasn't until into the 2nd month that she said to me that I started to come around again. And she said, Jacqueline, I think you know what time it is now, don't you? And I said, yeah. She said, yeah, you're ready. You're ready to return to your normal lifestyle, because she allowed me to talk my way through it without any judgment and without any preconceived notions of who I am. She didn't know about my career. She didn't know anything like that about me. She just knew that I was a woman that was in pain. And that was what I chose to do. And it worked perfectly, because I never thought I would see the day that I would be back in the game again, because I was counting myself out.
Jackie, how did you know to do that? What came to you to say, I can't go to folks I know, I need to reach out through online? Because for some of us that may seem so impersonal. It may feel like there's no one out there to really help me or help us. Could you share a little more about that?
Well, because it got to the place where I had to accept the fact, and I was willing to admit that I wanted to live more than I wanted to die. And you've got to make that decision. That do you want to live more than you want to die? And I had already had a very life-altering experience many, many years ago. And I knew what that feeling was, to want to die. And I knew that that's not where I am today. I don't want to die. So because I want to live more than I want to die, I'm prepared to do everything in my power to live and live as well as I can. And if that means reaching out to strangers, if that means exercising for 3 hours a day, cutting my diet, cutting out toxic people out of my life, then I'm going to do it, because I want to live more than I want to die. And it's that you'll know that you're there. You'll know that you're there because your thoughts start to go astray. And when you start to have uncomfortable thoughts, you need to reach out.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel, your hand is up.
Yeah, Yes, I just wanted to follow up and thank Jackie for saying what she did, because I don't think we've talked about that thus far, like actually seeking professional help and not being ashamed of seeking professional help. Again, that's something that's a real stigma in the Black community, whether regardless of sex or gender. It's we don't seek professional help. And I had a similar experience when, except I didn't come to the realization, my supervisor came to the realization. So as I said, my mom died in May 1987, and I started grad school that August. And I literally spent the first 3 to 4 months just partying as my way of grieving. But at the time I was 22. I didn't know better. And I was away from home and I was grieving. And I think in the January or February of '88, my supervisor pulled me aside and he said, okay, I know you're grieving, and clearly your form of grieving is going to be destructive if you want to do a PhD. And he said, here is the phone number of a therapist. This is the person I used when I got my divorce. And I highly recommend you call this person and go get counseling. None of us could do that now. We would immediately accuse our supervisors of goodness knows what. But at the time, like, he was looking out for my best interest. And I took the card and I called someone and I went, and just like Jackie, I went to this counselor who didn't know me, and other than the fact that I was referred by my supervisor. And exactly that, like for 6 or 7 sessions, I just, ranted and raved, because you have lots of anger. You hate, for those of you that have never lost a loved one or a parent, you hate your parent for dying. You have all these thoughts and you can't share those thoughts with your family and many people, because they'll say, well, that's a horrible thing to think. But it's what you think when you lose a really close loved one. You go through these 7 stages of grief, and one is anger and hatred of the person that dies. And I didn't know that at the time. As I said, I was 22. And that was incredibly therapeutic for me. And just like Jackie, the day came when the counselor said, you're good. He's like, I don't even want to see you here again. You're fine. You go kill him. Go do your cancer research. Get out of here. But you do need that person that's not going to judge you, that's going to allow you to say every single thing you're feeling, and because you're holding it in, because you know that your friends and family are going to judge you. And it's a great place to get all of those thoughts and those feelings out without being judged. And for someone that's a trained professional to let you know that those thoughts are actually completely normal, that this is what happens to every single person that has lost a close family member. And but because, especially in the Black community, we don't talk about this, we don't talk about mental health, we don't talk about seeking professional help, it's considered a stigma. Many of us are carrying so much pain and baggage, and not grieving family members very well. And we don't realize that that's what's manifesting then in our other issues, whether it's diabetes or heart and stroke or cancer or whatever. Like, it then manifests as Onye said, or I don't remember who said it, the body keeps a score. And so all of this trauma, and from the scientific part of my career, we now know there are many studies originating in the US showing that trauma actually changes our DNA at what we call the epigenetic level. It doesn't mutate our DNA, but it puts these marks on our DNA that we then pass on to our children, right? So when you then have a baby, that child is now inheriting those marks on our DNA that could then lead to long-term health issues. So we owe it to ourselves and to future generations to get as much help as possible, because those epigenetic marks can be reversed. Unlike mutations, epigenetic marks can be reversed. So by taking care of ourselves and becoming healthier, those epigenetic marks will fall off of our DNA. I'm just keeping it very simple. It's not, they don't just physically fall off, but they can come off of the DNA and have better consequences for the future.
Thank you so much for sharing that. We do have a question, but before we go to it, I just want to see if Juliet C., do you want to chime into this conversation at all?
Yes, a little bit. And I mean, thank you, Jacqueline, for your transparency, and Dr. Daniel as well, because that's one of the issues, that we keep our pain silent, right? We suffer in silence. And even though for myself, it was 2008, I went through that. But during the pandemic, as a healthcare professional, I can't begin to tell you what that, I mean, for Jacqueline, she lost a lot of loved ones. I did lose some family member, but it didn't impact me in the way it did as being the director of nursing of a long-term care home that had many of my residents, more than 50 of my residents were COVID positive. And even though as the director of care, you feel like you're responsible. You are responsible for the home and all the nursing aspect of it. And so at the same time was the Floyd thing was happening, and all these scars, all these different pains and hurt. And I remember one day, one of my nurses at the time, we were doubling up staff just to support each other with so many COVID positive residents. One of our nurses didn't show up, and I had to go on the floor and support that nurse and check in vital signs. And as it turned out, I had to do the vital signs on 10 COVID positive residents. And by the time I got to the 9th one, I was done. Everything about me was done. I had to go outside and have a cry.
Yeah.
And the reality of PSWs and registered nurses that are taking care of residents day in and day out and going back to their families hit me, because for me, I was in my office 90% of the time, or I would jump on the floor and say, how are you doing? Can I get you this? Can I order some food for you? But I wasn't actually doing the care. But just checking the vital signs with having the resident right there in my face, breathing on me, even though I was masked and everything, it was just more than my body could take. And I ended up leaving the position because you couldn't say to me, how are you doing? If you said, how are you doing? The tears would flow because I was so full. And I had to walk away from that. And I remember it was Thanksgiving weekend and I walked away and I couldn't even have a conversation. I went home and went to bed. And now my workplace, they reached out to me to connect with, it was an organization, so we have support, HR support that you could speak to confidentially. And yes, I was able to speak with them and share what was on my heart. And so for me, it was the feeling of helplessness with my staff and my residents sick and dying. And then in the midst of that, with Floyd and the death of, what was happening, and as a Black person, as a Black mother, and as a Black woman, and again, a sense of helplessness. Because I think, oh my gosh, this man gets stomped on and killed in front of everybody just because he's Black. So everything, the pain, as Dr. Onye said, it leaves scars. And so all my scars had built up. And even now, I just do that job on contract. I go in when there's no deals, director of care. I help them hire someone, I train, I leave. I can do short term, but I now know I can only do short term because the stress of it all, but the ability to be able to speak with someone about how you're feeling, because of course then there's guilt. You are the head of the department and you're leaving, but I had to leave for my own self-preservation and to recognize that and not care what people may or may not say about it, because as women we tend to care too much too, right? And we're like, oh my God, what's she thinking? What are they going to say? Who cares what they're going to say if you're dead, right? So I thank you guys for the transparency, and that's another thing that we have to be able to do. Find that person, and I do agree with Jacqueline that it's easier to speak our hearts to someone that we feel is not going to judge us, and that might be a stranger. It's great if it's a professional, because then they know how to not hopefully take that on themselves. But we all need to be able to find that person or organization that we can vent to, that we can share our hearts to, so we can heal, so we can continue living.
I truly appreciate the conversation that we're having, because it goes back to that stereotype of being the strong Black woman, no chinks in the armor. We don't need help from anyone. We're constantly giving. But from what I'm hearing from the three of you, there are times when we need to take stock in where we are, and we just can't go a step further. Excuse me, and that's okay. And reach out and find help. because that's how we can recharge, rejuvenate, recalibrate, and then be able to return back to our communities, whether that be our families, whether that be our workplace, and be able to operate in our fullness and in our strength. I think we might have time for one question. The question, speaking of moving and the time when we become seniors, what advice would any of you give to seniors or retirees who may have limited mobility issues, and speak to mobility issues around their mental or physical health, but have lots of time on their hands? And, you know, they're really trying to figure out what direction they should take next. Do any of you have any advice on that?
So,
Go ahead, Juliet.
yeah, of course, the population that I worked with, the majority of my nursing career are seniors. And definitely with the pandemic, it affected seniors a lot. I would say perhaps a lot more than most, particularly those that live alone. There's the loneliness, isolation, and inability. Maybe they used to go out for a walk, but now there's a fear but
and they don't have the workplace anymore to.
Yes. So
Yeah.
number one, connection. I know Dr. Danielle talked about connections. Connection is so important. Then it eliminates that isolation, and intergenerational connection is very important, particularly for seniors. I was recently doing a COVID conversation with an organization in Kitchener-Waterloo. And that was one of the things that I talked about. Everybody knows somebody. And so if you know of someone that lives alone, even if they're not a senior, but they might have mobility issue, reach out to them, get connected. Maybe they need some insight as how to connect with a Zoom, or how to, use the social media. They need support with that. But it's really about connections, number one, for reaching out to others if you're not physically able. WhatsApp is a pretty easy app for most everyone to use, regardless of age. My mom's 81, lives alone, still does her own thing. But, during COVID, I was able to visit. I just went to the door, but there was that constant connection. And as far as movement goes, even if you're in a wheelchair, you can still move. You can move your body in whatever capacity you're able to move. And music, enjoy your music. For me, that works. I love music, all kinds of music. And so whatever speaks to your heart, do it to music. And then, of course, for your mind, puzzles, crossword puzzles, word puzzles, number puzzles. My mom, sharp as a whip, because she never stops with her puzzle. That's the biggest thing. I had to continue to buy puzzles for her and drop them off. Do things to keep your mind going, whatever that is, and whatever is easy for you in that capacity. So at your age, you know what? The connection, whatever movement you can do, and occupy the mind. That's what I'd have to say for seniors or anybody, really.
That's great. That's great. Jackie or Dr. Daniel?
We'll just quickly jump in, and I definitely support Juliet's strategies for the seniors, because I have an aunt. She's the eldest one left now in the Dixon family, and so she's the patriarch now, and she just loves company. She loves company. You really want to lift a senior's spirits up? Talk to them, spend some time with them. They are just a wealth of knowledge. And I don't get enough of this woman. She's 92 years old, and I can't get enough of her because she's as sharp as a whip. She remembers everything. She can tell you, how everything's originated and how the connections, but they love company. And if you're a senior and you, you're struggling with, depression or loneliness and all that, get out there and go, whether it's volunteerism, just maybe being a part of a community project. I highly urge you to get out there, because that's how I want to spend my senior years. I just want to be out there doing my volunteer. I love it. I absolutely love it. And I like the company of elders. I really enjoy it.
That's
And
excellent.
I
Go
know that's
ahead.
great. And I was going to say a lot of the things that Juliet said. We're always twins when it comes to a lot of these things. But the other thing I wanted to say is that, the pandemic also, there's so many virtual workouts now online. And I would say 100% of them also have what they call the option for those with mobility issues or back issues or knee issues. So one of the things that we as a Black community can and should do is ensure that all of our seniors have access to some kind of technology, whether it's an iPad or a mobile phone or a laptop, and then maybe train them how to use those devices to actually stay connected if they really have mobility issues that does not facilitate them going out of the house or the home, because we too will become elderly at some point. And so the onus is on us, I think, to really reach out right now and ensure that our senior population gets as much support as well as technical support, because that was also a challenge for many seniors during the pandemic. Everyone is like, oh yeah, just do it on Zoom. Like my next door neighbors here where I live, they didn't use Zoom at all because they never had to. They were both retired. They didn't know what to do. And so it's something that I need to teach them, is how to use Zoom so that they can connect with families around the world and in Canada, because they had no clue how to use Zoom. They had a computer and they had a cell phone, but they had no idea how to use Zoom or any of these, or YouTube, right? So we take these things for granted, but there are a lot of people over the age of 65 where this is all brand new. And maybe this is something the 100 accomplished Black Canadian women can do, is start a little initiative or project, and even have some of the younger generation partner with seniors, because as you said, as Jacqueline said, they have so much wisdom that they could impart to the younger generation, and the younger generation can teach them the technology, so it's one way to connect the two. And finally, I wanted to mention, and back to this, the mental health is, we need to remember our brain is an organ. If we have a heart issue, we go to the cardiologist. If we have an issue with our lungs, we go see the respirologist. Our brain is an organ just like any other organ, and it is kind of, as Jacqueline was said, the CEO, the executive office, right? That's where everything is controlled from the brain. So we have to take care of our brain, and we should go and seek professional help. And most organizations have some employee HR resource that we can tap into that's completely free. And I say use it. It's part of your benefits and no one needs to know you're using it. That's the beauty of it. No one needs to know you're using it. No one needs to know. You just tap in. It's coming out of your paycheck indirectly anyway. So tap in and use those benefits. Go use those benefits. Have some good belly laughs or cries or whatever. Yep, Jacqueline, what do you think?
I'm a 100.
Use those benefits.
Dr. Daniel, let me tell you something about that word benefits. For those of us who are still in a position to have benefits, I highly urge you to use them. I now make it my business to use up as much. I went for years. I thought I was doing the company, my corporation's favors, not using my benefits. I'm a good girl. No. You need to use those benefits. Get those massages. Max yourself right out. Go to the physiotherapist. You max those benefits right. I'm at the massage every week. Every week.
Yes. Me too. I get my massages, like, use those benefits. They're there.
Are pedicures and manicures part of benefits?
Sadly not. Sadly not. Manicures and pedicures don't, but massages are. And having that, I'm going to, at least in McMaster, ours is called the Employee Assistance Program, EAP. I don't know what it's called at other organizations, but yeah, we have all these benefits, and use them. Use them.
And no one has to know.
And no one has to know. It's completely confidential. Yeah.
Well, it's been so wonderful talking with each of you. Our time is just about up. So I want to give each of you a minute to sort of wrap up and leave a parting thought with our audience. So starting with whoever wants to jump out there.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay.
I would say in parting, honestly, give yourself grace. Give yourself grace. Take time for yourself, care for yourself. This is the one time when being selfish is a really, really good idea. Okay, so take that time out, do what brings you joy. And, you know, we all have people in our lives that maybe are not as positive as they should be. Limit your time, limit the time spent with them. If they live with you, well, don't know what to say, but limit the time that you spend with people who constantly drain you. But above all, give yourself grace.
I love that. Grace, 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 grace. Jackie.
I'll just quickly say again, the words of my mentor many years ago, to thine own self be true. And it's okay to not be okay. As long as you can recognize that and do not be intimidated, ashamed, to seek help. And if it means going to a total stranger, then do it, because you need to show up as your best self. We need you to show up as the best version of you. And in order to do that, you got to make sure head office is operating properly.
I love that, Jacqueline. That's
Beautiful.
amazing. I love that head office analogy.
Yes.
Yeah. I would say that we all need to remember that taking time for ourselves and taking care of ourselves is not being selfish. It's actually being loving to ourselves and being loving to everyone in our circle, regardless of who they are, whether they're colleagues, family, or friends. Because if we're not well, like when I lived in the South for a few years, you know, we used to say, if mama ain't well, nobody's well, right? So we have to take care of ourselves, and loving ourselves is not selfish. So ladies, love yourselves. Please love yourselves. And any men on the watching this, show your women some love. I didn't realize how progressive my father was when I was growing up in Barbados in the 70s. My mom was a housewife, and every Saturday my dad took me and my brother for the whole day. I didn't realize how progressive that was in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I thought every other father was doing this. And I only learned recently that no, their moms work 7 days a week as a housewife. And I was like, oh, my dad took us every Saturday, and my mom never had to cook on a Saturday. Never. Right? So our men can help with this. I don't think the onus should be just on us. I think our men and our partners should be helping us to love ourselves.
Absolutely. And I would just add, remember to have joy in what you're doing, and to have joy in each other, and to remember to say no to others.
Yes.
So that you can, because that's saying yes to yourself.
Yeah. So many tidbits. You need to write a book. We need to write a book.
Co-author it together. Even though I think all of you already have your own publications. But thank you so very much for this beautiful conversation. And I think we'll turn it back over to our co-host.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. What a panel. The name of this panel, again, was Self-Care from Motivation to Inspiration. I had to raise my desk and stand up because I believe this panel needed a standing ovation. And I think I speak for all the listeners, even the future listeners are going to hear the recording when I say that this was definitely inspiring. If no one's told you, to our panelists, if no one's told you, I want to say I do apologize. I'm sorry for the trauma that you've gone through. I'm sorry that it had to happen during this time in your life, but at the same time, we're all empowered for what you've gone through, for what you were able to survive. And I thank you for sharing those personal stories because they were really inspiring to us. And I think it creates a better society when we can share how we survived. We're empowered by your strength and also the thoughtful, strategic tactics that you've used to survive, heal, and rise, like Maya Angelou told us. I want to thank you, Dr. Denise O'Neill Green, for moderating this amazing melanated panel. Your initials are OG, your last name's initial, and you really are an OG. You're an original because you really, really did that smoothly. Some of my takeaways really quickly is really taking the time to walk, take some green spaces. I love the focus on mental health and even the self-care perspective. Jacqueline Dixon, you taught us not to be ashamed, right? To take some time on reflection, to review the 3 S's. At least I took it at 3 S's: slow down, speed up, or seek help, depending on the situation. Julia Creary, you taught us to do something that we love, to connect with someone we could trust because it makes us feel good, and do a check on the people who are closest to us in our lives to make sure that they should be there, and to be grateful and to journal our gratefulness and to give ourselves some grace. So I really think of gratefulness and grace. And Dr. Juliet Daniel, exercise, use the power of music to add movement in our lives. Taking care of ourselves is not being selfish, it's caring and it's loving, not just for us, but for everyone in our lives and in our circles. And also to the men watching, there was a good example that we should show our women some love. So again, thank you so much for this amazing panel. Really appreciate all of the learning, not just for Black women, but for everyone. Now we want to ask the audiences, what is your takeaway? Everyone listening to the panel right now, what did you learn? Put it in the chat, let us know. Tell us what you've gained from this panel and how inspired you are. We want to hear from you. We're everybody, there's so much positive energy, so please let us know so that we can feed off of it and continue these great conversations. Now, we're going to take a brief bio break, and when we return, we're going to get into a panel 2, how to invest in ourselves. Better finances lead to better health. So with that, we'll take that few minute break.
Thank you.
Time to go. Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. And we can see from the chat and the questions that, you've been enjoying the discussions this far. We've seen some interaction. And now it's time for a shift in gear. We got to keep this show on the road, but in a very different way. It's time for our next session called How to Invest in Ourselves, Better Finances Lead to Better Health. We've all heard before that health is wealth, so let's bring the two together. I'd like to introduce you to one of my colleagues at TD, someone that I'm very proud to have had the privilege to collaborate with on different projects, including those anchored in 100 ABC Women, and really someone who does a lot for the community in a very selfless way, an example at the bank. We'll have here for our panel, the moderator is Crystal Van Westerop, a national manager of Women in Enterprise who has been at TD Business Banking for over 15 years. Funny enough, I've been there 14 years. You did really well. She's held roles in both credit and relationship management. Crystal has spent time in mid-market commercial banking all around Ontario, from Niagara to Barrie to Kingston. Time National Accounts Group, covering both the automotive and food and beverage, as well as time and risk adjudication. In her current role, Crystal leads the business banking strategy around women-owned and women-led businesses by collaborating internally and externally on partnerships to support women in enterprise, or WE. And by educating stakeholders and colleagues on the we segment and solutions, she's able to facilitate the success and growth of women-owned and women-led businesses at TD. So please welcome to the 100 ABC Women virtual stage, Crystal Van Westerop. Over to you, Crystal.
Thanks so much, Luke. I'm very grateful for that introduction, but it's been my absolute pleasure to work with you as well. You're very modest, and I want to say that the contributions you've made and the time that I've known you, you've stood out among many in how much you help and do as well. So thank you, but congratulations, and good work to you too, because you really set an example as well. So thank you. I really am thrilled to be here today, though, and joining the group again. We worked together earlier this year, and I was so grateful for that opportunity and the chance to be present with so many powerful and inspiring women. I'm excited to have been invited back to host this panel. And I really want to welcome everyone, and I'm pleased to be moderating our second panel today, Better Finances Lead to Better Health. Before we get started, let me tell you a little bit about our panelists, and if they haven't already, I'd invite you to turn your cameras on now. Karis Ann Clark Glasgow is an entrepreneur and migrated to Canada at the age of 16 with her 4 siblings. As the oldest of 5 children, Karis realized at an early stage in life the importance of choice, sharing, and staying motivated. She graduated from high school, became a mother, and acquired her accounting diploma. Karis started her career as an accounts payable analyst. This motivated her to further her studies in finance and business management. She then completed an entrepreneurship and business management diploma from Centennial College. Welcome, Karis. And I would like to introduce to you also Deborah Sherifan. I work with her on the Women in Enterprise team. Deborah joined TD Bank Group in 2020 as a regional manager, Women in Enterprise, Quebec and Atlantic. We also like to call it Eastern Canada. Since arriving in Quebec in 2005 from Haiti, the entrepreneurship strategist has nurtured strong engagement in economic development and female leadership. She's largely involved as a board member today with McCord Museum, Bonjour Startup Montréal, and Canopy Foundation, after serving on the Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Montreal. In 2018, she was appointed to the Quebec Council on the Status of Women. A graduate in economics and entrepreneurship, Deborah has used her strategic skills over the past decade as a business counselor for startups, as well as in the development of entrepreneurship programs. Welcome, Deborah. I am very excited to be talking about this today with both of you. I think this is such an important topic. I want to just set the stage a bit, to frame the discussion that we're going to have. I think everyone is aware, not just from the language that's used in the media these days, but just from a personal experience standpoint, money is tight for many people and time is limited. And so in this discussion today, we want to kind of touch on a couple of different points around access to reliable advice to ensure financial security, acquiring skills to invest wisely, learning how to budget for affordable, healthy diets and lifestyles, and how to teach our families sound money management. So, to get us started, I want to touch on that concept, how related really finances and health are. If it's positive, your health, your finances could definitely be healthy as well. It allows you to access more, do more to contribute to it. And on the complete reverse side of that, if your health is not good, your finances may not be good. And then if you flip that and you start with the concept of finances, if your finances are not good, it really impacts your health. And building on that conversation that we just heard from the previous panel, I think that concept of mental health even is so dramatically affected by finances. We really need to discuss this and have these open conversations about finances and the importance of it that I think women tend to shy away from, just because we either have that stress in our lives, or we don't want to face a conversation where we're not really sure how to navigate it. So I want to get started off and maybe ask Karis, if you don't mind sharing a little bit with us about your own personal journey and how intertwined that concept of health and finances are for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. And special thanks to the organizers, the motivators, and for the women that continue to support us here at 100 ABC. I also have to really say thank you to Donna, Jean, and Dr. Onye Green for support and encouragement. When I think of finance and health, as you asked to flip it, I think of finance as resources. I also think of health as resources. I also think of finance as choices. However, health is still resources. So they do intertwine. I choose to stay prepared in these areas and all areas, including mentally, emotionally, and physically. I do that by doing various things. Daily, I check in with myself and I try to stay focused. I try my best to stay positive and open. Open as into getting information, choosing what information I use in relation to my finances, with a finance background, and having to make choices in continuing a career versus an education. I started a small business. And to do that, that helped me to not only remain flexible as in being available, but it created opportunity for me to create income. To maintain income, I had to stay healthy. And to stay healthy, my process was to reduce the stress and avoid burnouts. It's a whole collection. And listening to our previous panelists, we talk about staying active, using the resources available. Some of us didn't have all those resources. So in order to do that, to reduce stress and avoid burnout, I use what I had available, which is my community. I interrupt myself when I feel that I'm going too fast. I believe in staying still, taking a moment to break. And that helped me to not only step back and advance the opportunities needed to earn, to work, and take care of my health. It gave me options as well to build relationships. That's how one of my choices back 5 years ago to step back and volunteer and do something that had nothing to do with money brought me straight to 100 ABC. And I have no regrets since. They've supported me personally. They've supported my business. I have clients that I wouldn't mention due to confidentiality that I can count on serving, pampering, and getting paid. It gives me options to maintain great relationships by being able to serve, earn, and support myself, my family, and those in that need. So thank you again.
Karen.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry for interrupting. I didn't mean to do that. Thanks for sharing that. You know, I think those are all extremely important observations and connections between the two. Deborah, maybe I'll ask you, when you think about the two words of finances and health, what sort of comes to mind? What are the two things that come to mind, or your experience even?
Thank you, Crystal. Before I answer that, I just have to give a big shout out to a lot of people connected today, especially the trio behind 100 ABC Women. I'm very fortunate to be one of the recipients this year, so thank you for doing all this work. We deeply appreciate it. Shout out to Luc, my fellow Haitian colleague at TD as well, for doing such an amazing job moderating this symposium today. Shout out special to you, Crystal, for being very supportive of initiatives like this, especially the symposium. And I'm to all the participants here. I'm connected here from Jojage, the unceded lands that we call Generating Montreal today. And as well, à nos participants francophones qui nous écoutent à travers le pays. So our French-speaking colleagues, participants listening to this. Bonjour à vous et bon après-midi. So to get back to your question, Crystal, I think when I hear like health and finances put together, it's funny because I think about 2-3 different words. First off, I think stability, not as starting point, but as the goal, the vision, what I want to reach in terms of when I think about a healthy lifestyle, but also a healthy financially life. And also, I think about stress a lot, especially for finances, but also for health, because I do personally stress a lot about a lot of things. But when I stress about these two things in particular, I usually go back to a very spiritual state, I would say, because I'm Catholic, but I'm mostly a Christian. And I go back to the fact that I'm very blessed. So I think about blessings after those two words, stability and also stress. I think about blessings and the fact that it takes a lot of work and it takes continuous work to get those two aspects to work together in the end to reach that goal. So these are, this is what comes to mind when I hear and when I see those two words put together.
Yeah, you know, agreed so much. And some of my personal experience as well. I stress about money every day, and not just because I'm a banker. It's just in my nature. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a common situation for many women. So, you know, I want to circle back a little bit to some of the points you touched on, Karis, because I know that the concept of health and finances have been quite intertwined in your own personal life and resources. And I'm wondering if you would be willing to share a little bit about your own personal health journey and how that's impacted you in terms of, you know, your business, your developing or acquiring resources to contribute to your finances. Maybe you can share a little bit about that and how you took that on and being prepared for it, really.
So thank you. Thanks again, Crystal. I can share. I've had, I was born with a very, it's no longer rare, a disease called sickle cell anemia. I became a mother at a young age, fast forward. So that also compromised my health, you know, becoming pregnant, not being aware, lack of education and experience in relation to my own personal health. So that was my first big light that came on, that I got to do better. I have to make better choices. I had my son, and I was successful not only at being a parent, getting an education, but becoming financially stable by choosing to stay educated, stay healthy, make better choices, not do the things that young people do. You know, we could be real risky between the age of 16 and 21. So at an early age, I realized the importance of stopping, thinking, and recognizing consequences. Fast forward a few years, I was then again my health was compromised again through motherhood with something we all are aware of, fibrosis. And my mother was a cancer survivor. So now I have two children, a sick mother, and that switch had to go on again. So fast forward, I recognize it's important to stay healthy, to serve, be able to stay open to earn, because being open to earn took me off of the path of financial planning. I worked at Scotiabank for the early years of my life. It took me off of that path to entrepreneurship, because when you cannot go to a normal job like a bank, you have to figure out other sources of income. My hobby was always painting nails, making my sisters and brothers feel better. Then every Saturday for the Caribbean, I'm sure a lot of us are aware, we spend all Saturday washing hair, braiding hair, to go to church Sunday and come home and get ready for Monday. So at an early age, I figured out I could make $10 by braiding the girls in the yard here. And I knew to save 80% of that money because my grandma raised me. So what that brought me is the importance of health, the importance of earning, and then what you do with that money. So my financial stability, my success, and my positive attitude really came from experience and the community I was exposed to. Now I have Donna, I have Jean, I have a lot of women that when I feel really, I'm telling you the truth, I've never really used the psychiatrist or the psychologist or the counselor. I really do call on Donna a lot. Donna, how are you today? And she has a very innate sense of saying the right thing for me to keep going. I have a great family, a daughter, and reminds me that I gotta stay healthy just in case I have to do something extra. So that's where I really am. And my circle is very small. It's not, we have 300 women, but I'm still learning who we really are and how else we can support each other outside of my clients. So that's where I am.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful. I live in gratitude. Thank you.
You know, that's such an important concept, you know, that acquiring of resources and, you know, positioning yourself to be able to bring in income, but also surrounding yourself with the people that can help support you to be able to be in a position to do that. It's not necessarily just about putting yourself out there, applying for a job or starting your own business. You need to be able to be grounded and to be able to be successful and do that. So thank you for sharing that personal story. I'm grateful to hear it. And I think it probably resonates with more than just Deborah and myself, and, you know, impactful too. Deborah, I'd like to, you know, shift a bit and ask you, from both being an entrepreneur and a banker yourself, working directly with the community in various different facets, what's one of the most important things that you would tell your counterparts, your colleagues, your friends, female business owners about this journey and how important it is, the concept of health and finances?
Thank you, Crystal. I'll do another shortcut before answering your question again, if you allow it. Because a lot of things that Caress said, I recognize myself in them, especially the Saturday, ritual, I would say, because I was born and raised in Haiti, and Saturdays were like for doing hair, nails, and etc. And I started my entrepreneurial journey that way, actually, because I used to do nails and hair for my sisters, my cousins, and my aunts. And from that point on, from early age of 12, 13, all the way up to 16, 17, before I moved here to Canada, that's when my parents knew that I would, if not become an entrepreneur, but work with entrepreneur, because I was very like, I want to say autonomous, but very able to do these things, and also wanting to earn more money, because again, going back to the stressful part, I don't know how it came. Of course, I came from a family with humble beginnings, but still, I've always managed to stress about, do I have enough money? Will I have enough money? Is money enough? So finances, now that I can put a word to it, has always been a big part of my life. And today, as a banker, and also as an entrepreneur, because I was an entrepreneur before joining TD 2 years ago, those things, stuck with me a lot. And so to go back to your question again, Crystal, I think what I would tell any fellow Black woman entrepreneur today is to realize that right now, in terms of timing and momentum, is probably the best timing to launch a business, grow the business. It was true in 2020, was true last year as well, true in 2022, and I'm sure it will be true for the next 2, 4, 5 years. And I know that our guest speaker reminded that we were in the decade of African descent people, and that it's not because in 2024 it will be the end of that decade that we should not, aim for that vision, the ambition to build, structure, and grow the business. I truly believe that right now is the right momentum for us, BIPOC women, but in particular Black women, to start their business. And with that said, I don't think it's gonna shock anyone to hear that, in terms of healthy finances, it does lead to a healthier lifestyle. I think a lot of the speakers previously reminded how intertwined these two aspects were, about how someone who's financially healthy can afford, for example, to pay essential bills, have savings for an emergency fund, for example, or can even afford to pay for their debt obligations, which is why, again and again, healthy finances do lead to a healthier life. And I think we have probably, each of us, seen different studies that show that high levels of financial stress, again, that word, manifests through even some physical symptoms such as sleep loss, anxiety, migraines, compromised immune systems, even digestive issues, etc. And although I am a bit ashamed to say it, but in the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, I had a fashion brand from 2012 to 2019. And I lived those symptoms, a lot of them. I've been there. Wow. And I remember making the promise to myself 5, 6 years ago when I turned 30. And I remember telling myself, okay, my parents worked too much, sacrificed too much for me to stress, struggle, and think so much about money or not having enough money, because it wasn't that much of being a reality, but it was always okay, will I have enough for my ambition, for my dreams, my projects, for my business, etc. So it was always questions after question. And which is why today in my role, especially not only as a banker, but as someone who's responsible for a segment targeting women-owned and women-led businesses, it is really important for me to know and to see people who are financially healthy, how they can afford to pay those bills, but also have savings for the business, but for emergency funds, because business aside, we still have to, think about our personal lives and personal dreams. So I'll stop right there, because we can talk so much about those aspects and how we can better structure our finances to have an impact on our health. But I'll transfer it back to you, Crystal.
Yeah, Deborah, I think that's a great opportunity to pivot the conversation about maybe some actual tactics, things that people can do, implement today in terms of taking control of their finances. And, some people feel like, I don't know if I need to take control, or others may feel like, I don't even know where to start.
Mm-hmm.
And I often say, whether it's a loan or a bank, pardon me, there's a bit of fall allergies going on here that just don't want to cooperate. But I often say, products can be delivered, loans can be delivered from any financial institution in Canada, but advice has to come from someone you trust and you have a relationship with. And Karis, you actually touched on this, and what you were saying is you surround yourself with people that you trust and you feel comfortable with, and that's where you gained your confidence around finances, financial health, that type of thing. And, Deborah, I think your point about now is the time for Black women entrepreneurs, I couldn't agree more. Whether it's TD or another financial institution, there is just much more visibility to the importance of having dialogue with diverse communities, whether that's women of color, women of diverse backgrounds, different sexual orientations, even, 2S LGBTQ+. There is opportunities to develop connections within the financial system that probably weren't there in the past. And, Luke and I were touching on this yesterday, it was, about why is it scary to walk into a bank? Well, it's scary because you have to kind of bare yourself to somebody you don't know. You want to ask questions, you want to develop a plan, it's important, but you don't know the person you're walking up to. You don't have a trusted relationship with them. And do you really want to expose yourself to the fact that, you don't know what steps to take? Most people don't. Women don't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position where perhaps they are not knowing the right questions to ask, or they don't know what the process is. And so I couldn't agree more with you. Now is the time to reach out for referrals within your network. Do you have someone that you have spoken to, that you have a good connection with, that's offered you good financial advice? Because there are opportunities to utilize simple products out there to help you on that investing journey, on that savings journey. How do you access capital for your business? So maybe, Deborah, I'll ask you, what are some of the ways that you could, or not maybe ways, but how would you break down accessing a financial relationship for somebody that doesn't necessarily have it? And how would you encourage them to reach out?
Oh, good question. I think the starting point that you just mentioned in terms of not only the timing, but also the trust that you build. If you have seen or heard somebody talk and you feel like you can see yourself in that person, for example, and the experience and the career choices, that you can recognize yourself in that person, and that helps to build the trust. And I think the second aspect of it is finding that person, or finding that profile person that you would be more at ease to share those personal aspects and goals about your life and the decisions that you want to make. And I think that the third aspect of it is preparing yourself for that meeting, because I read recently, I can't remember in what context, probably a podcast I was listening to, the fact that, of course, in terms of financial help, financial structure, you as a person, as an entrepreneur, anything, you also have not only the right, but also the obligation, the responsibility to know more about what stage you're at on, and not transferring all that responsibility to the banker and to the professional. So the third, I think, aspect that I would say would be to know exactly where you're at. How much do you earn? What are your debts currently? And what are your goals? And to know exactly the different terms, to be able to have that honest conversation and also understand the feedback that you're gonna get. Because if you do not knowing, will only raise and the stress level when you actually go to the bank or meet with a banking professional. And so that's why I would definitely encourage people, women, Black women in particular, to know more about those terms. And in conclusion, financial literacy is, the goal, and really what we should be looking for in the end, because knowing the right terms and knowing your goals, but also knowing how to talk to that person would be what I would suggest to anybody looking for capital, but also looking to structure their financial goals that way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. Thank you, Deborah. Karis, maybe I'll ask you, and I know we didn't chat about this beforehand, so hopefully I'm not asking too much here, but maybe do you have an example as an entrepreneur or as a business person, or perhaps even at your time when you were with Scotia, of when you needed to access financial services and how that experience went, positive or negative, and what you learned from it, or perhaps what you would have done differently or the same? Just an open-ended question, I guess, about, what's your experience being with the Canadian financial system?
Well, stressful, extremely stressful. When I was at Scotiabank, I have to say it was a good career providing for my family. When I left Scotiabank and decided to become an entrepreneur, in my heart, my young heart, I thought I knew everything I needed. Then I'd saved a lot of money. I had already bought our first home. So I was on my way. Then being an entrepreneur, I realized that really, and the rule of use other people's money to invest, to develop wealth, it never really sat with me because of my background. I already was taught, work hard, save most, you'll have forever. 2 medical major incidents changed that. Work hard, save most. When you work hard, save most, you become ill, you spend a lot. Because thank God we're in a system where healthcare is provided. So to answer your question, yes, banking was awesome for me. Entrepreneurship has brought me a lot of great experiences and a lot of enlightenment. I've never had a business loan. I financed my personal business with the money I worked for, and I reinvest. I am a very small consumer of unnecessary items, goods, and services. I provide a service that I don't think it's a luxury. I think it's a necessity, hence the reason for my success. I remember nails and hair and personal care being considered a luxury as I was growing up. But when I started using the services, I provided as a necessity. So my pricing is fair. I only spend when I need to. I manage my inventory properly when I can. And that helped me to maintain financial stability. I think twice in all the years I've considered getting a business loan. Once was about maybe 10 years ago when I changed location. And the feedback from my bank then was, I don't have enough employees. That was one of the things. They refused to fund based on the source because I did not have enough employees. I stepped back, I got a part-time job, and I maintained my business. I downsized from 1,500 square feet to 100, maybe 200 square feet. Then I went really independent. That was 5, maybe 8 years ago. I've been more successful then, one, because I didn't have to manage anybody, My inventory wasn't being stolen, and my revenues were my revenues. Then just before COVID, I considered adding a product, expanding again. Then COVID happened, and the risk was potential closure, lack of income. I'm going to tell you something. The last 3 years has been the best years of my life. One, not because of the resources, but because my ability to reduce the need to spend. I have spent most of my savings on maintaining my business. Now we're back on the upswing. I'm considering getting a job. Now, am I employable? I don't know. Am I a good worker? I know that. I'm reliable, I'm organized. So what does that mean? I don't quite understand the bank. And what Deborah was just saying really hit home for me, because I really have to learn again. I don't know how to speak to the banker. I know what I have. I know what to do. I can explain where I am in my business and in a business I want to become a partner with. But do I know to speak to the bank? Not really. And now I'm thinking I really have to continue my relationship building, because, you know, just when you think you have it all as an entrepreneur, you still have to go a little further. So thank you again for this opportunity, but I am recognizing the importance of relationship and choices. Very hard.
You know, what you just touched on, and I'm sure Deborah's feeling somewhat the same way, but I want to share a bit of a candid story about myself that you made me think about. I have been in banking for 15 years, business banking. So my entire career has been dealing with business owners. And until I took this role on a year and a half ago, I was not consciously aware of the person on the other side of the desk. I built relationships with them. I felt like I knew them. I made notes on their interests, their children. I tried to create deep connections with my clients because I felt passionate about having that connection. But I did not once ever think about, why is my female client not asking me questions about banking versus my male clients? Why am I not speaking to more women in the joint ownerships of husband and wife? Why am I only speaking to the husband? And I have become so much more aware now of the fact that as a woman myself, I do what I need to do to get through the day, to get it all accomplished. And if someone's not going to help me when I ask them to, I'm going to do it myself. Yeah. And now I understand a whole lot more about the concept of women typically self-finance. Not because that's what they wanted to do, but that's because that's what they've had to do. There have been barriers to access to capital, and we know they exist. And the story you just told doesn't surprise me, but it just saddens me that you've had to go through that. Because what a silly reason to not give someone access to a loan, or even have the conversation about what are the real reasons you don't have access to this loan. And I strongly encourage women entrepreneurs, anyone facing these conversations, to say, but what do I need to do to put myself in the position to access that loan? Because a decline doesn't mean that, or not having access to it doesn't mean that you're not worthy. It just may mean that the credit criteria of the banking system is not met. And those aren't set by the person that's sitting in front of you, but that person that's sitting in front of you should take ownership as to why have you not met them? And what can you do to position yourself differently? Or here are some other resources that may help to put you in a more traditionally bankable position. And I think it's incumbent upon us, of the people that are in the financial world, is to understand that just because we get it doesn't mean that everybody else does. And breaking it down is so important. And asking questions, so important. And taking ownership doesn't necessarily mean that you need to own the reason why it didn't work out. But taking ownership can be something as simple as having several questions written out on a piece of paper so that when you get in front of that banker, you don't feel overwhelmed. You know, I've never really related the two concepts, but when you're facing a severe health crisis and you're going in to receive news from a doctor that is bad news, they often ask you to bring somebody else so that you can absorb the information. And preparing for a meeting with the bank might seem silly, but bringing a friend, maybe not your spouse, but bringing someone else that you trust so that they can hear the words as well, can be something simple to do to help ease that stress.
Yeah.
And I hope I'm making some sense and not just sounding like I'm preaching around something that seems inaccessible. But Deborah, I don't know if you have anything to add. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are too.
Oh, I do have a few things to add, but you are making complete sense. I just wanted to tell you that firsthand. But there are so many keywords that both you and Caress have said that I want to go back on. One of them being the fact that you position yourself. And as I was saying, I think financial literacy is key, of course. That's the reason why we're having this conversation in the end. And I think from what Caress shared, it reminded me how much we have. So especially we're talking about that crowd, like Black women entrepreneurs. We have literally 3 different layers: as entrepreneurs, as women, as Black people. And usually those, these communities, if I may say it like that, we're not very strong on explaining what we do on a daily basis, first of all, and translating that information into like literal skills. And because sometimes when you're an entrepreneur, well, sometimes every time when you're an entrepreneur, you start off by doing everything. Like you're the accountant, you're the cleaner, you are the greeter, etc. So you have all those skills that you have, accomplished over the years, but translating that information into something that a banker or a professional, somebody who's not in it with you, takes some time, but it is achievable. And I think that's where we need to be and what we need to do in order to position ourselves. It sounds a little marketing-y, but at the end of the day, it is marketing, because some men, a lot of white men in particular, will find those words and will translate that information because it's probably in their minds, the codes. They have like literal meanings to translate that information. But whereas we tend to find more time, more words to explain what we are doing. And I think that's where we need to be, what we need to do, because sometimes when we get, and I've been there in front of bankers, when I had my business, I never actually had a loan, because I remember going into those meetings not knowing at all what I was going to say. And fast forward 8 years later, I was just every week, that's literally what I do, meeting with women entrepreneurs. And I was coaching one of them last week who had a big meeting because she wants to have her products in a few Montreal subway stations. And she's like, she's a Black woman. She is the owner of a library, and she's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know exactly what to say. There were going to be 5 people in the meeting, 5 men, 5 white men, and she sells books by Black authors. So the levels of stressful moments for that experience for her. And I told her, like, you need, for example, for everything that you've been doing in the last years as an entrepreneur, translate that into like a marketing expert, like commercial, specialist, all those things that in codes that the other person will understand and will be able to translate into what Crystal was mentioning, the criteria that the person in front of you did not make the rules, but for them to be able to encapsulate that information into the system that they have. That's literally what we need to be doing. And it's how the system works. It is very unfortunate, but we do have to understand that this is how we're going to get our point across, and literally our business going further and further. So that's really what I wanted to add, because it just highlights a lot of the things that we just discussed in terms of sometimes we don't recognize the value that we bring to the table as women, as Black people, as entrepreneurs, but there is a lot of value if we are able in a way to translate into what is generally accepted as, a skill. And I'll finish with what Caress said. She and I love when she said it, because it is so something that I can relate to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a job, but I know in terms of I'm like maybe not saying in the right words, but I know I'm able to be a good worker because I'm reliable and I'm a great organizer. So these are, code names or code words that other people will understand. Whereas if she were to describe the new technology in the nail world, maybe the person in front of her will not understand, but they will understand the more generic terms. So I'll transfer it back to you, Crystal, because I feel like I am talking a lot about different anecdotes, but I just hope I'm making sense.
No, absolutely. I think all very great points and true, just little things that we don't necessarily think about in how to present or how to reframe a conversation. So appreciate that. I know we're running short on time, and I wanted to acknowledge the comment from Valerie in the Q&A section. Thanks for calling that out. Little things that just like bringing a friend or writing down the questions can make a difference. I know we didn't touch too much on budgeting or, what are simple things that we can do. I just wanted to tie up the concept here in terms of, what are some actual things that we can do in terms of contributing to our finances and our health, and, budgeting. Although that sounds like, oh, I don't want to budget. It's like my least favorite thing to do. But as simple as, writing out what's coming in each month and what's going out each month and what does that leave you with, and making sure that you've put away a few dollars, opening up a savings account that's separate from your checking account, because, as easy as it is to say, oh, I'll save $20 this week, it can be gone in an instant when food costs a fortune. So, those simple little things, we've been teaching our children, my husband and I teaching our children a different way to think about their allowance in terms of we give them $3, $1 for themselves, $1 to put in their piggy bank, and $1 to give away for charity. And starting those conversations early is so important. I know that we wanted to dive into that a little bit more, but maybe I'll ask you, Caress, if you can give us some parting thoughts in terms of some simple tips and tactics that you use in your day-to-day on how to manage your finances to contribute to that positive, healthy mindset, healthy state.
Thank you. Thanks again. So quickly, yes, I believe in the budget. And yes, I do think of it. I may not write every day, but every week I look at what my expenses are going to be for the next week. I look at what I made the week before. And then I look at my plan. Am I going to be able to still save this 80%? I also am aware and have been aware of my minimum daily income since I was 19 years old, that's required to not have to say please. It is nerve-wracking when you're aware of that minimum daily amount. And then I learned to break it down to what is required for every hour of your life while you're alive to survive the week. So my minimum number, and I'm going to share it with everybody, my minimum hourly income must be, and it could be more, but my minimum has to be $30 an hour. to survive this mediocre lifestyle that I've chosen to live. Now, there are days as an entrepreneur where you're going to make hundreds for the day, which multiplies the hours. So the key, and I teach this to my children, if your minimum requirement is $2 and you made $500, you need to forecast that to the future, to the days when you're not going to make any. What that has done for me, it has given me the comfort and the cushion of making the choices I've made. I've shared that after COVID, I'm at a place now where I'm trying to decide if I'm employable. I've been looking for work. I've gone to interviews, and it is daunting when you have my drive, my experience, and my intuition, and you're being interviewed by someone that has no clue of their own potential contribution to the individual sitting in front of them. So what is that? That is budget, that is being aware, and that is stepping into your intuition. Some people call it spirituality. I've learned within the last 2 years, and I've been saying it a lot to whoever speaks to me, I'm practicing to be present. Nothing excites me. It might be discouraging to the people around me, but being present, budgeting, being aware of what you need in order to contribute and consume. It's the biggest stressor of my life right now. And I'm still grateful that I can give. I can get up and give. So that's because I'm healthy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's so impactful and so validating to hear. And I just appreciate you sharing that. Deborah, I know we're short on time, so maybe I'll ask you to summarize maybe your final thoughts on this concept for this panel, and maybe share your parting words.
Yes, definitely. And I'm a bit stressed right now. I know I've said that word so many times during the conversation, because what can I say that's more inspiring than what Caress just said? And again, thank you so much for sharing that. And I feel very privileged to have been on this panel with you, Caress. Thank you so much, because I feel like I was going to have my banker hat on and say things like like in theory, your financial health depends on blah, blah, blah. But I will say that piece because it is important. But I will finish off, as Crystal mentioned, and on sharing what I do and how I am a big budget fan. I do budget all the time. It actually drives my family crazy because I'm always like writing. And in my head, I need to know, and what you said, Caress, really inspired me in the sense that I don't know what's my minimum, requirement. I don't know that, but rest assured, I will calculate that when that conversation is over, definitely. Because what I do is I plan ahead. There it goes. It's literally where my stress comes from. But I usually have a goal of like over the next 3 months, 2 months. Okay, how much am I going to make if everything stays the same? And will that be able to cover not only my expenses, but any emergency? For example, my parents currently live in Haiti. And if you have been following the news just a little bit, Haiti is not doing so well. Well, it's been a few years that Haiti has not been doing so well. So I have to budget, okay, potentially if my parents have an issue, and it is going to sound very like panicky for a lot of people. Like I actually plan, I don't write it because again, I'm very spiritual. So I don't want to, create the potentiality of the fact, if my parents get kidnapped, how do I get them out of the situation? So I literally have to make sure that this is also part of my virtual budget, but I also write if they have a health emergency, if my sisters have a problem. I don't have children currently, so I stress over budget all the time. Some people ask why, because you don't have children, but I do stress about budget, but I'm always making budget. But to go back to the, banker situation and banker hat, it is very important just in terms of improving your financial health to be able to track your spending by creating a budget, especially. And doing that, what it gives you is, again, more reassuring and also more confidence and being able to accurately plan your income and plan the different ways that you can increase your income in ways that maybe by cutting back on some expenses, by finding, developing a new product or a new service if you're an entrepreneur, and also maybe doing some collaborations with different partners, etc. So this is really a way for you to have a clearer vision. Sometimes it's not that clear, but it is a clearer vision on how much time it's going to take, for example, for you to pay off the debt, or for you to bring on more income in your business. So I'm a true believer in budgeting, and you can get different helps, not only online on Google, but also with a banking professional. So I'm certain that if I have other colleagues other than Crystal and Luke connected here today, they will be very happy to help you in this journey. So I think it's very, very important. And it is the first step to building that financial health that we are talking about today.
Thanks, Deborah. That was a fantastic wrap up there. Caress, can't thank you enough for sharing your experience and really being honest with us on this panel today. It's been fantastic. Luke, I think we're out of time here, but appreciate the opportunity to bring this to a close, and I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much. Crystal Van Westrop, thank you for moderating this, I would say, rich panel, rich in more ways than one. And to our panelists, Caress Clark Glasgow, and to my fellow Haitian and fellow TD successful colleague and prestigious 100 ABC Women Honoree for 2022, Deborah Cherenfant. All of you have been truly amazing. You shared what I would call a wealth of information. So we want to thank you for all the benefits that we received from that. Really, there's a lot that we can take away from this. I would say some of my takeaways personally is that sometimes, in our Black community, I'll be honest, sometimes we like to, trust Uncle Clifton or maybe Cousin Peter to handle the family's money under the mattress, maybe, or something like that. But what we learned today, I can say Deborah taught us that it's okay to do some research. It's actually beneficial to do research and have a plan for our money with our local bank. Be obsessed with budgeting, really think about it and plan ahead, even if it's something that we don't like to do because we don't want to think about something bad that could happen. It's important to do it. And Crystal reminded us that, yes, it can be intimidating to sometimes walk into a local branch, but the advice was to bring someone that we trust with us, right? And to hear what's being told and to take notes to understand the questions, ask questions. And I like the idea of starting our investment early with children, taking them, making them understand that they can save money. So $1 for yourself, $1 for saving, and $1 for charity. Now, let's be honest. When I was growing up, at least, I don't know about you, but for me, there was no such thing as allowance. That was not something that we did in our family. But at the same time, why not, right? Let's start today. It's good advice, and it actually works. And I like the idea that Bev reminded us to look at what we've made for the week before, what are expenses for the week, and what we anticipate to spend to see if we can actually save. That's for all of us, right? But especially we're thinking about our Black women, right? The people that are the audience today is really the Black women. But at the same time, this is advice that we can help to support our Black women and to make the investment ourselves, right? To ensure that we're ready and more comfortable and financially ahead of any health challenges that might come. So thank you again for the moderator and panelists, amazing information. And thank you for making sense of health and wealth together. Bev,
Thank you.
over to you.
It's me.
Oh, Nicole, actually, sorry.
Me. But that's okay. You can call me Bev. I just want to myself thank the panelists. I learned so much from them today. Thank you so much. So much to learn. Caress, Crystal and Deborah. I think I just want to sit down with you and just glean at your feet. And Luke, such a great summary. Next up, we are going to have Bev Dixon. She is a 2020 100 ABC Woman Honoree and has been a volunteer in the community for over 40 years, assisting seniors and youths in their endeavors to live life to its fullest. She's now retired from the city of Toronto. In 2018, she climbed the CN Tower for a charitable organization in 30.06 minutes. Bev teaches exercises, English as a second language to newcomers, plays the steel pan and provides entertainment to residents of several nursing homes. She spearheads the Inspiring Seniors program at her church, where she teaches arts and exercises and encourages seniors to use their motor skills, socialize, stay fit, and have fun. As a member of the community police.
Can't hear you.
Oh, Nicole?
Nicole, I think you're on mute.
I think something happened and I was talking all that time about Bev and I was muted. Okay, so we're going to do this again. All right, so look at that.
No, the last thing we heard was that she teaches some seniors to use movement.
Well, I don't even know how that happened because my head, but that's okay. So, okay, I'm going to go back up here and find this little piece right here. Okay, and so Bev teaches art and exercises and encourages seniors to use motor skills, socialize, and stay fit and have fun. And as a member of the Community Police Liaison Committee, CPLC 42 Division, she acts as a resource to the police and the community to establish and maintain meaningful partnerships with the community. Now, please give a warm welcome to our poet going to do a special performance for us today, the wonderful Bev Dixon.
Oh dear, what an introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. It's such a awesome and amazing time to be here with everyone. And I listened to the panel. I've learned a few things that I will pass on to my great-granddaughters about financial planning and saving and giving away, always give away. So today, I'm going to be reading a poem to you that I wrote in January 2022 when my little great-granddaughter, Sanaya, was born. She was born right in this room here. At home, it was such an awesome experience. So let's go. The poem is called Beauty Surrounds Me. Colors, colors, vibrant, brilliant, so many to choose from. The sky with a variety of blues, so soothing for the soul. Sunsets beyond my imagination. Hues, valleys in hues of greens, blues, and yellows. Dots of pink, orange, purple, and red. How do I choose? I look around me. Nature envelops my pores, my face, my hands, my being. How do I choose? I close my eyes and I can still feel and see my surroundings. How do I choose? Walking along the shores, listen to the waves as they beat against the rock. Sand between my toes as I walk along the beach. Beauty surrounds me. The gushing of the waterfalls as they cascade on the mountainside. How do I choose? The earthy smell of nature after a beautiful rainfall. Can I really choose? Hypnotized by snowflakes falling slowly to the ground. Yes, I can choose them all, only at different times. How do I choose? Beauty surrounds me. So I've dedicated this poem to my great-granddaughters. Here they are. The oldest one is Naraya. The second one is Anaya. And Sanaya is the baby who was born right in this room. So I wrote this poem, and my grandkids and my kids were listening to the poem. And I said to my 7-year-old great-grand, this little one here, I said, what do you hear? When you listen to the poem, what do you hear? She says, beauty surrounds me. At that time, beauty surrounds me was not in the poem. It was not a part of the poem. But after I was inspired by my little 7-year-old great-granddaughter, I included it in the poem and named it Beauty Surrounds Me. So this poem is dedicated to my great-granddaughters, Naraya, who is 7-year-old, Anaya, and Sanaya. So thank you very, very, very much. I am here as a 2020 honoree to inspire and to encourage my little ones to grow up to be strong, strong women. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can hear me? Thank you so much. Really appreciated hearing this beautiful poem. It was really, really well delivered. Again, beauty surrounds me. It sounds amazing, and it is. And you see the sense of family. So thank you for bringing that sense of family also into our conversations today.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. I'm happy to introduce the next entertainer, Miss Letna Allen Rowe. Now, Letna Allen Rowe is a renowned and thoughtful storyteller, born in Clarendon, Jamaica. She migrated to Canada in 1993 and has lived in Canada for 26 years. She's been an active community mobilizer. Sorry, my French is coming up. She's been an active community mobilizer, advocate, and a Jamaican cultural ambassador. Letna was educated in drama and educational theater arts at the Edna Manley College for the Performing Arts in Jamaica. She also attended the National Institute of Broadcasting at York University and the Travel Training College of Canada. She is a thespian and a connoisseur of the arts in all forms, whether it's dancing, singing, miming, poetry, acting, or master of ceremonies. She offers cultural workshops in schools that are interested in teaching children about their Caribbean folk heritage and culture. Please welcome Letna Allen Rowe. Oh, I think you might be on mute. Just want to make sure we capture every single piece of information you have to share with us. There you go.
Yes. How are you today? Good afternoon, everyone. I am so delighted to be on this panel today performing. And what I did not see on the bio was that I am a 2020 honoree as well. So I am so elated to be here. And listen, I'm gonna tell you something, last week I missed that big presentation, I had a knee replacement, yes, man. And I was in so much pain. And I said, you know what? I am not going to interfere with this pain. Let me just lay down and sleep. But I'm so happy that I was thought of to be a part of this symposium today. And as the topic is Women Take Back Health, so something like that, and we're talking about women and health and spending, I'm going to give you a piece from the late Honorable Louise Bennett Coverley on the first step for health, for healthy women, for healthy children, and it's called breastfeeding. Listen up, breastfeeding. My Auntie Roach, she promotes a breastfeeding thing. Yes, man. Listen up. You know, so that you got some full, poor show great baby parents who depend a strain them pocket a week time for buy milk and baby food for feed them baby pan. And they less count the greatest baby food of all. Yes, man, the mother's milk. Yes, sir. What a ignorancy. That come in, like when braggadocious a make cockroach go keep party in a fall coop. I swap breastfeeding for pan feeding. Cha! My Auntie Ruthie said that, she hear from high authority and personal experience that breastfeeding is the best baby feeding for baby. Yes, man. You ever watch a baby get breastfeeding and see how the little hand them and finger them and foot and toe just curl up with all the love and joyfulness what them get out of breastfeeding? Locks. Baby can't get that out of bottle or glass. So it's plain to see that breastfeeding make the baby them healthy and happier. Oh, then breastfeeding save money to you know. Yes, man. For it no cost the mother nothing extra at all. She only have to feed her body, and she will able to feed her baby. You see? As easy as that. Of course, breastfeeding save time and work. Yes, man. All the time to wash and boil baby buckle and fix up baby feeding. You save in a breastfeeding. Oh, yes. All time people have a way to say that, you know. If you save time, then time will save you and money. I'm talking about old time people, you know. Plenty of we old time smarty, still going strong and healthy and talawa and no, because we grew up on breast milk feeding. My auntie Roti said that she can prove it from great authority and personal experience that a mother should breastfeed her baby for as long as 6 months to a year. Yes, man. You can spell the breastfeeding with some thick caramel porridge and orange juice and such delight. And all them baby mother, you know, who have to go to work at daytime, can give them baby early morning breast milk. And whoever them left the baby with, then can give them some thick caramel porridge with orange juice and such delight around mid-morning, around 9 o'clock. And around midday, then get some orange juice and soak some biscuit and mash it up in it. And then in the evening, when the mother come back, then can give the baby some more breast milk. And in the evening now, when the mother eat her dinner, the baby can get some of what the mother eating. Let's say, for instance, the mother eat boiled banana and sweet potato and Irish potato and mackerel and callaloo or chicken. All she have to do, you know, is just mix up some of the meat in whatever food she eat and throw a little callaloo water on it or a little gravy and rub it and mix it up in a strainer with a wooden spoon. And then take a little spoon and give it the baby and see how the baby lick him mouth and gurgle with joyfulness. And when night come now, the mother can breastfeed the baby again. Yes, Papa. That baby will go strong and healthy, can done. So no make no dopey fool you. And pride and prejudice got dumb your sense. Breastfeeding is the best feeding for baby. Breastfeeding give baby stamina. Breastfeeding give baby more stamina more than old jackass can make jackass gallop. Hey. Listen, oh, everybody love a little pretty baby. When you see a little baby, you say, what a healthy and happy baby. What are you feeding this precious little baby? Then the mother would say, I'm breastfeeding. Me feed the baby pan, mom. Yes, mom, breastfeeding. So listen, oh, breastfeeding is the best feeding you can ever give to a baby. Aho, Auntie Rochi say, braggadocious make cockroach go keep party in a full coop. And if you save time, time will save you. And if you save time and money, money and time will save you. Spend correctly, know how you're spending, count out your money 1, 2, 3, and listen, get breastfeeding for your baby and top feed your baby pump food. Jack Mandora, we don't choose none. I know Miss Sister and Louis Bennett. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I certainly hope you enjoy that. And I certainly hope that we will take heed. And if we have any young persons who are mothers or any young person who are going to be mother-to-be, that you'll take some advice and go back to old school and feed your baby, because that will save you time and save you money. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so very much for this lesson in actual Black health. Miss Letna Allen Rowe, yes, thank you for that beautiful reminder of what breastfeeding does. There's so much help that comes from breastfeeding. It's a natural food and a privilege that women have. And we also thank you for everything that you're doing in the community, because you're one of our 100 accomplished Black Canadian women honoree for 2020.
Yes.
And we're so grateful to have you in our presence here today.
Thank you so much.
Now it's time for a bio break. It's time to grab a bite maybe before we get into our next session. So we will see you back at, let's see, a 4-minute break. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me. See you in 4.
See you in 4. All right, everybody, welcome back. La re-bienvenue à tout le monde. Lots and lots and lots of amazing information, and I hope everybody had a good bio break.
And yes, it's so good to be back. I know time is flying by. I can't believe it's almost 12:30. But we, in this little break here, we still want to say a special thank you to our sponsor, TD, for investing in us today through their sponsorship of this event. We could not have done this without you. And as you've seen in the slides, we have the silent auction that you can still participate in. We're going to drop the link in the chat so you can still go on and bid on the items. The silent auction ends on September 30th. You can get the book for the 100 and Accomplished Black Canadian Women 2022 edition on our website, 100abcwomen.ca. You can also get the 2020 edition, and there is a special on. And so we have that in our rotating slides. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at 100abcwomen, on Instagram, 100_abcwomen, and on Facebook, 100abcwomen. Now be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Some of you are watching us on YouTube right now, and that's 100 Accomplished Black Canadian Women. Share, share, share. We want to let people know what we're about and what we're doing. And coming up in October, starting Sunday, October 16, it's the Fireside Chats. Last year, we had 33 conversations with women that have been honored from 2016 to 2020. Now we're going to have another cohort. And so we take women with their expertise and we have various conversations. The chats are from 3 to 4 p.m., just 1 hour. This year we have 35 topics. And so it is so phenomenal what we've been doing today. How has it been for you, Luke?
Absolutely amazing. Love this panel information that we received. The last one was amazing. The one previously was amazing. We learned about Black wealth and health. We've made a connection from motivation to inspiration. We actually got a poem about breastfeeding. Like, who expected that, right?
Oh, no.
But to really something honoring our mothers. Like Tupac said, we got to honor our mothers and our Black women, right? So absolutely loved everything about today yet.
Well,
and more to come.
So much more to come, and I'm excited because I see our next speaker is here. Our special speaker is here. Norma Faye Nicholson is a dynamic and respected healthcare professional, 4-time self-published author, a public speaker, educator, and mentor. She enjoys sharing her skills and knowledge in preventative educational forums. As one of the 100 ABC Women in 2018, the year I became a 100 ABC Woman, yay! She speaks out to heighten awareness of the health of African and Caribbean Black Canadians. Please give a warm welcome. I know she can't see you, but I know she will feel your vibration of Norma Faye Nicholson. Norma, over to you.
Thank you, Denise, or you're Nicole. So you're Nicole and you're Denise. Look, you're doing such a wonderful job. And hasn't it been awesome from 9 o'clock till now?
Yes.
I feel so uplifted. I have learned so much, though I wasn't a registered nurse for 46 years. So today we started out with a wonderful female physician. And as you said, Nicole, she has one of the greatest minds. So some of the things that I will share about Black folks and the strokes will overlap just a bit of what she said. So I really want to extend my thanks to all who are participating today to allow me to talk about strokes. I have such a liking for helping and preventing the kind of diseases that impact Black lives that today I want to share just very briefly about my brother, who is much younger than I was. I say was because he passed last year, November the 9th, 7 p.m. My brother, like many of us, was sponsored from Jamaica, and he came with wonderful journalistic journeyman, cabinet maker. He had so many skills, but he really wanted to do cabinet work. It was one of the easier jobs for him to obtain in the 1970s. So my brother worked very hard. And as you know, racism in the workplace, toxic environment, he was not good at managing that. However, he wanted to continue working in the same environment, though it was so hard for him. He just wanted to build his skills and share with others. And of course, one of the genetics that some of us as Black folks have, hypertension. It was very difficult to control his blood pressure because of the stressors. Just imagine being married twice, being very angry about what has been happening in his life, and then he had a stroke. Fortunately for him, after that stroke, he went to hospital very quickly and he recovered. On a Wednesday morning in March, he went to the bank, and the bank he walked to 3 blocks north of where he lived in Mississauga. And just as he came out the bank, he felt lightheaded. And he thought, okay, don't think I'll try to walk home. I'll just hail a taxi for 3 blocks. He hailed the taxi. He got more lightheaded as he sat in the back of the taxi. So he gave the payment for the fare, and the taxi driver drove him to his apartment building. I want to say there are angels around us all the time, because as he traveled those 3 blocks, he got more in a stroke emergency. Semi-comatose, the taxi driver pushed him out the back of the taxi because he's a Black man, and the thinking at that time was that he was inebriated. Thank goodness for the superintendent who saw this happening and know that this is a man that doesn't even drink wine or any kind of liquor, alcohol. So she ran over, called an ambulance. And of course, by the time the ambulance took him exactly 1 block further away, they could not do anything to reverse the damages that he sustained from having a stroke. Hold on to the word hypertension. Hold on to the word stressors. Because as Black Canadians, we take pride in our strength to withstand the stressors of everyday life, coupled with racism and other forms of oppression. However, pushing through the pain and stress is literally killing us. We think we can do it all. I used to think so, but when I saw the way my blood pressure was going, I had to start self-care and actually leave some of those toxic work environments. No, we cannot and should not be doing it all by ourselves. Stroke is the leading cause of death every year in Canada. There are over 50,000 incidents of strokes. 14,000 of those individuals die. There are presently over 300,000 Canadians that are living with disabilities caused by strokes. We do know that large numbers of Black folks live in Canada, but I think right now we're overall population, we're just 10 to 15%. So of course, because we do not have physicians, except our wonderful speaker this morning and her team, who are focused on Black health and what affects us, we do not have any concrete statistics at all. So when we say a lot of Black folks are having strokes, they're mostly anecdotals and health records that have been summarized. So just think that in Canada, we have so many Black people that are having strokes. And would you believe that we have more men than women? We need to try and figure out why. In the US, 50% of Blacks, they keep count, they keep statistics. I don't know how much they are doing to prevent, but at least they have numbers they can work with. 50% Blacks have more strokes than their white counterparts. They also have the highest rates of death after strokes. As our population grows in Canada, I am so sure that we are going to see such similar results. Just checking my notes. So, as mentioned previously, there are many unrelenting causes and effects of strokes in Blacks. Racism is the root, leading to many chronic stressors. Also, as mentioned, you will find that in some Black families, their genetics of hypertension and the difficulty in controlling that leads them down the path of having either heart attack or strokes. So high blood pressure, and I actually have met families throughout my healthcare service where hypertension and diabetes runs through every male in that Black family. So think of unmitigated systemic racism that causes frequent stressors on your body, which triggers coping behaviors like drinking, smoking, eating fast food, not to mention the kind of food we were taught as older folks to have for energy in the Caribbean or Africa. In Canada, we have a variety of seasons, so we really need to look at how frequently do we eat those meals. When you also look up the inequity of life experiences in socioeconomics, good paying jobs, we are now seeing a few Blacks, and oh my goodness, am I ever proud of our leaders at 100 ABC Women. They are such leaders for us and mentors and motivators that we can do just about anything we set our minds to do. So good paying jobs, access to affordable housing and education. Plus there is some intergenerational traumas that we have not dealt with. And it will take maybe one of our fireside chats to talk about some of the traumas that you come out in very negative ways in adults because they just stuff them down and say, oh, I can deal with this. But really it comes out in very negative ways. So I want to look at prevention. I refrain from talking about going on a diet, losing weight. I want to talk about our minds. We are told about several lifestyle changes that we ought to make. But may I be brave enough to say it needs to start in our minds. No matter what we're told about diets, weight loss, managing diabetes and hypertension, if we do not learn to attract more positive ways of living and have an attitude of gratitude, which recharges our soul and revitalizes our body, we will not be successful in preventing strokes. You actually have to reprogram your mind for good health outcomes. Did you know that we can literally change the pathways of our brain by doing positive things over and over and over? I wish I could see our audience today, because some may be saying, yes, I have practiced getting up in the mornings and saying, thank you, Lord. And I've said that for 6 weeks, and it has become a habit. So we can change the pathways of our brain and therefore change our behaviors over time. We can be confident, and as mentioned before, we're not an island. We need to bring good people in our corner. I will take the privilege of saying today, looking at the names of the participants, I see about 4 individuals who are in my life and who have been there in my corner. You need to have someone say to you, as a friend, positive critique, let's not go there and get yourself in debt because someone else is doing that. Let's go for a walk. Let's go to the 100 ABC Gala. Let's take life one day at a time. Let's look at what the stresses are in your life and how can we help to reprogram you so that you keep healthy. How many of you listening in now worry about something before it happens? We have no control. I used to worry about the weather being very icy when I need to drive into work in the morning. And it didn't matter if I spent half the night worrying, I would still have to drive on the icy roads. So worry is one of the negative things in our life where we need to reprogram to say, we have no control over what is going to happen after 2 o'clock today or at 3 p.m. So things over which we have no control, have someone come alongside you and really share. I love where one of our speakers said, even when you go to the bank, bring someone with you. What I often tell parents, when they go to the school to speak to the teachers about behaviors that they think, some teachers think the children are presenting, even a 6-year-old, take someone with you that you can absorb what is being said, and the next person can write the notes for you. It's amazing what having good friends, good colleagues. So we are told by social media that we should take an aspirin if we think we're having a heart attack or a stroke. I'm not a doctor. So if you were told that by your doctor, it means that your doctor knows your diagnosis. But coming from me, do not take an aspirin because you cannot self-diagnose unless it is something that has been ordered by your doctor. Do not keep it in your cabinet and say, if I have these signs and symptoms, I'm going to take an aspirin. Because when you think of the different kinds of strokes, aspirin does not help you if you think a stroke is coming on and there's a bleed in your head. A blood vessel, an artery breaks in your head, an hemorrhagic stroke, and aspirin will do nothing at all to that. However, if there is a blockage going to your brain, then an aspirin may be able to slow that clot that is moving And my suggestion and recommendation is you can have an aspirin when you're having an ischemic stroke, meaning where the clot is moving toward your brain without any oxygen. But if you're having a terrible headache and you're falling over, just have some way that either someone in your household or some device that you can press to get some help. No aspirin unless your doctor has prescribed that. So I've talked about two kinds of strokes. I've talked about as Blacks, what are some of the terrible things that happens to us that we tend to take on and build up stresses in our body. And then that leads to all kinds of diseases. So I was at work one day and I was called to an office in the HR department, and I thought, what did I do? Naysayer me. I went up and there was an individual who was leading a meeting amongst the HR staff, and he said to me, "Hurry, Norma, I think this person is getting very ill." He was just speaking and then his speech was beginning to slur, and his left hand looks like it was getting weak and he was falling out the chair. And right away I said, will someone get out the room and call 911? Because I look at the word fast. It is in all literature, it is everywhere, but if you want to note that today, you must act fast for any signs and symptoms of getting a stroke. And you can do that even with you're by yourself. Because if you notice that you're going to fall over and you were talking to someone and your speech has begun to slur, then it means something unusual is happening. So you may have facial droop. You may have paralysis of one side. So facial is the F. A is for weakness in your arms or leg. S, F-A, S is for speech. And sometimes it's not even being unable to speak, it's being unable to understand what someone has been saying to you or is being said. And time, you must act quickly. There are several kinds of medications that if the person gets to the hospital within 30 minutes to an hour, it's amazing how they have medication now that can reverse that stroke. You may need rehab, etc., but you won't end up being disabled. So I've gone through the stressors. I didn't delve a lot into racism because racism affects our health in so many ways. As one of our previous speakers says, we need to encourage the government or students in high school or college to enter medicine, Black medicine. We need more Black practitioners. We need to have practitioners that understand that when someone shows up to an emerge department and say, my side is droopy, they don't think that it's something else, but right away you're assessed for stroke, even if you have to go and get a CT scan. So having said all that, what do you plan to do today for your health? I'm hoping that you have taken even note of one bit of information that I have shared. Maybe it's something new for you, Maybe it's something you know already, but what I'm hoping is that you're taking something away, because we are reminded that what we have started toward good health, we should not stop. Even if you had a break in eating, say, fast food, and then you get back on track, don't pull yourself down, because no one is perfect. Because the moment you stop learning, it is the moment your brain starts dying. And I have a quote from Marcus Garvey. He says, God and nature first made us what we are, and out of our created genius, we made ourselves what we want to be. Follow always that great law. Let God and the sky be your limit, and eternity your measurements. Life is a gift. We need to handle it with care. And today I say, be well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much for this information. We're so glad to have you here. But before we get into the official thanks and wrap up your section, there is one question that we did get in the chat from Justina Nwase. So we'd like to make sure that we ask the question to you while you're here with us.
Okay.
The question is, how does one draw the line between self-preservation and self-centeredness?
I think, as I said before, it's really a mind changer. And it's really getting somewhat, we can't do it all. I've often said to myself, I want to write 6 or 8 books. I'm now on my 5th, but I would never have gone ahead and done that 5th if someone had not said, you can do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we need someone, you cannot self-preserve without having someone alongside you to say, I'm here for you. What can I help you with? And one of the things with some of us as Blacks, we don't want to share our business. And we need to have good friends or colleagues that we trust, that we will share our heart with. I hope that answers the question a bit.
Thank you so much. I think it definitely does add some clarity. There is one more question that we got. You said it says that the death rate is higher. Curious as to why is the death rate higher?
In the United States, we have statistics that says that. And in Canada, we're getting to be that way. So when you think of this, the racism and the stressors on our health, that alone can kill us. Racism can cause you to have mental illness. Racism can cause all kinds of depression, self-loathness. You could be fired from a workplace and you haven't done anything. It's just because the boss may think you're smarter. And I'm doing that as a personal. So we are dying unless we develop ways, develop groups. Or a physician who spoke early this morning said, don't try to do this by yourself. Share your business with someone. If not, we are going to die faster and more so than the white person who has white privileges. They can enter any space. They can step on you literally as a Black person. And then you stuff all that trauma in, and then it leads to a heart attack or a stroke. Your brain remembers. Eventually, it's going to come out one way or the other, if not in stroke or heart attack, maybe with a mental illness.
Wow, thank you so much. I would say, to wrap up all this information, Norma Faye Nicholson, you spoke to us. Now, these are my notes. This wasn't in the script. You spoke to us with the calm, cool, composed, and comforting command of an auntie. I don't know you personally beyond today, but I'm adopting you as my aunt because you're an important, yes, it's true. You're an important member of our community and you share some information that is life-saving, literally. So we thank you for sharing that important information on Black folks and strokes. But before we even transition to another topic, I want to take a quick moment to tell you how much we appreciate you sharing what the stressors are and the catalyst of a stroke, but also to give us advice on how to see the signs of a stroke and the reminders. It's important to have a device. That's one of the things I remember. It's important to have a device for calling for help or having someone nearby, right, that we could count on. And I also know that condolences don't have to be offered only when the person is when somebody leaves us. So I want to ensure you that we appreciate you keeping your brother's memory and legacy alive by helping us and more people in the community to save lives with stroke prevention in the Black community. So thank you so much for that.
My pleasure. And I've been having so much new education added throughout the day, and I'm sticking around, so thank you.
Awesome. So Black folks and strokes is an important key piece of Black health. And the last thing I wanted to do is really to highlight that Norma is a 100 ABC Black Canadian women honoree for 2018. So thank you so much for sharing your voice. So now it's time to enter into our third and final panel for the day. It's entitled Technology and Healthcare. Owning your health technology is key. And for that, we have our moderator for this session, Sarah Onyango. She is a translator by trade with a very good French. Like I'm telling you, I speak French, but when she starts speaking French, I just have to lean in because that French is perfection, chef's kiss. So she's a translator by trade, and she's become a well-known on Ottawa's community television and radio scene since the late 1990s. She hosts 3 weekly radio programs on CHUO 89.1 FM and a monthly show on Rogers TV. She's also a sought-after bilingual English and French MC and moderator. Sarah, over to you. I don't know if I could come back after Sarah, but Sarah, over to you. I think you might be on mute. We'll take care of that. There you go.
Comme on dit en français. Alors, je vais commencer en français. Je vous parle depuis les terres non cédées des Algonquins Anishinaabe. I'm speaking to you from unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people right here in Gatineau, Quebec. It is my honor to be moderating this amazing panel, which is the last one. It's kind of a hard act to follow, Miss Norma. I'm adopting her too as my auntie, okay? Luc, so get in line. Yes, Blacks and technology, a really amazing discussion we are about to have to close out the day. And speaking of technology, Auntie Norma, you'll be happy to know that I have my blood pressure monitor with me at home, and I check every day, mon tensiomètre pour surveiller ma tension artérielle. And welcome to all our French speakers. Luc did mention earlier, we not only have Anglophones that are tuned in from around the world, but we also have Francophones, Creolophones, etc. All right. So let us meet our panelists. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jeanette Eisenstrass, founder and CEO of Ahava Digital Group, a women-led digital consultancy working with Fortune 500 companies to help them connect with BIPOC women consumers using data and technology. And under her leadership, this company developed a proprietary technology known as the Data Concierge, which is a cloud-based management software that contains the only ethically sourced verified data file on American consumers. Her comprehensive background spans roles at TD Canada Trust and Canon, and throughout her corporate career, she has advised in a broad range of industries and honed her skills in finance, supply chain operations, data analysis, and so forth. She is a serial entrepreneur with a PhD in metaphysical sciences, specializing in conscious business ethics and conscious-centered living. She also has an EMBA. Welcome, Dr. Eisenstrass, who I understand is joining us from Europe. So we're very grateful.
I'm actually in Israel. I'm in Israel right now.
Oh, well, that's even further away. You're in the Middle East. So we're very grateful that you were able to join us for this very important discussion. Welcome. Next, we have Dr. Adeola Olubamiji. She is a digital transformation leader. She has a PhD in biomedical engineering. She's currently the Director of Additive Manufacturing Solutions at Desktop Metal, which is an American technology company that designs, markets the world's fastest additive manufacturing and 3D printing systems. She's also the Chief Consultant at TechCentrix Limited Canada, an education and engineering consulting company. She's the founder of STEM Hub Foundation Canada, a charity organization that provides free STEM programs, scholarships, mentorship, and skill acquisition programs for youth, students, and professionals from underserved communities across Canada. And last but not least at all, we have Denise Cummings-Lucky, who is a lawyer. She works as a data privacy protection officer for a global organization. She's responsible for managing their data privacy compliance program and ensuring employees, customers, and organizations' data are protected. She's also responsible for ensuring that all vendors, processors, and third parties who handle their data comply with applicable privacy laws for data protection. So welcome, 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 everybody. So I'm going to start with Dr. Olubamiji because we've been talking about different health conditions. And when people think of vaccines, they don't think of vaccines as technology, but it actually is. It's biomedical technology, and it's life-saving biomedical technology. And just before you do your brief presentation, I'd like to remind people, those of us who did take the COVID-19 vaccine that was produced by Moderna, do you know a Black woman, Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett, was one of the leading scientists in charge of making sure that vaccine was put onto the market and into our arms as quickly as possible at the height of the pandemic. So just keep that in the back of your mind when you think of the contributions of Black people and Black women specifically to medical technology. So over to you, Dr. Olubamiji. You're going to tell us about really an illness that really kills Black women unnecessarily. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Is my slide available? Can somebody help me put it up? Today, I want to talk to us about something very important to me. I will be talking about HPV and its connection to cervical cancer. And it's important to me because I lost my only sister to cervical cancer about 8 years ago. And when I look at, I've been, researching since then, why are? And I found out she's not the only one. There are so many Black women who are dying from these diseases, and we have to talk about it as a community. HPV, if you go to the next slide. HPV is the human papillomavirus, and this virus, when it gets into your body, usually you don't have any symptoms at all. There are 100 types of HPV available that you could contact, but there are some of them that are oncogenic, and these are the ones I will be focusing on. For the non-oncogenic ones, you might have heard about WAPs, which could happen, maybe you could see it on your private part in some cases. But when we're talking about the one that causes cervical cancer, there are only 2 types, 16 and 18. And how do we get this into our body? It's usually through maybe genital to genital, anal to genital, or oral to genital contact. Really, having sexual intercourse is why we contact HPV. The surprising thing is 3 out of 4 people will have HPV in their lifetime. That means this is something that you and I could get, but our body, our immune system, because it's very strong, 70% of these infections could be cleared without you even noticing that you have this infection. But if you happen to have a weaker immune system, or you have the strain that couldn't be cured by your immune system, that means you will end up getting the type of HPV that translates to cervical cancer. Now, I could stop there or go further. Why is this important to our community that would take note of HPV? Can we go to the next slide? So this is important if you look at the numbers over here. This is really an aggregate of how people are contacting HPV. On the other side, you can see the deaths of people. You can see here the highest deaths when we come to HPV is happening in Black women. Black women are dying the most, despite the fact that we're another group that contacts these diseases the most, but we happen to be the ones dying from it because of some reasons. The first one is vaccine hesitation. People from our community are not open to receiving vaccines like the other people from other races. Another one is the negligence part of taking vaccine. When we had COVID-19 vaccination, people would take 1 of the 2 doses and just leave the second one that they're supposed to take for that entire process to be effective. For HPV, there are 3 sets of vaccine that you have to take. And if you miss one of those, that means it's not complete and that vaccine is not going to be functional. The question to you, my audience today, is, are you abandoning, if you're not hesitant, if you're not one of the people, I don't want to take it, when you start taking the doses for a vaccine, are you completing those doses? Because if you don't, you are still at risk of contacting such diseases. Now, the third thing is, the lady that spoke before her said something about we need more people who look like us in the medical sector, not only as medical doctors, but as scientists. It is known that HPV vaccines, in some cases, aren't they are not effective for Black people because the strains that affect us, the vaccines do not cure them. And this could happen to you when you go to the hospital, you talk about what you're going through, and the doctor just look at you and wondering, drink water, because they don't understand that. And if we have more Black people research Black-related diseases, maybe there will be more effective doses, more effective cure for things affecting our community. The last piece is the awareness piece. Maybe some of the people are on here, they're just hearing about HPV for the first time. They know about cervical cancer, but they don't know what really causes HPV. The awareness about this disease is not spread enough in our community, despite the fact that our people are dying from it. So these are the reasons why more of our people are dying, because if someone don't know that this could kill them, of course, they wouldn't take it serious, especially when it has no symptoms. You're not gonna have any rash, you're not gonna see anything physically. Now, I wanna tell you a bit of story about my sister. My sister is so hardworking. I grew up selling pepper on the streets of Ibadan, Nigeria. Since I was 9, my sister was my mentor who took me every day to hawk pepper. We were making money and saving that money to go to school. She finished her bachelor's degree in biochemical engineering. trying to, make a life, she decided to apply for the USA visa lottery. She made it to the USA and was hoping to build a career there. She went back to school, she became a nurse. The first year after nursing was when we realized that she has stage 3 cervical cancer. This cervical cancer already hit so hard that it has metastasized. It was a lot too late to rescue her because HPV doesn't have any symptoms. We didn't know in time. We treated you can put the pictures up. Next slide. Next slide after that. We treated my sister, we treated her for 7 months in the US. And I watched my sister she went from this beautiful picture on the right here to almost a stick in a 7-month period. If drying up was just not enough, the pain that she was feeling on a regular basis, that I had to talk her to sleep every day. I had to remind her how we started. The tears, the blood, sweat, and everything that she had invested in our career is the reason why this message is very important to the Black community. If you're on here today, you have a sin of hesitation, I want you to reconsider. If you're on here today, you haven't heard about HPV before, I want you to start to ask questions. Black people don't have to wait until we are sick before we go visit the doctors, because there are diseases and sicknesses that does not have symptoms. I don't need you to be sick before you visit that medical doctor. If you have a 12-year-old, so my sister is an example of an adult who was 32 years when she contacted or died from HPV. But guess what? Younger people, your youths who are in their 12, 11, are contacting HPV as well. Next slide, please. When we're looking at community, we see that young people are going to school. 50% of the students are actually having sex already. You're surprised that your high school student or your high school child is having sex. They are. 1/3 of 9th graders and 2/3 of 12th graders already have sex already today. Now, 24% of high school seniors have had one sexual intercourse, or in some cases, they have even have up to 4 partners. Imagine that. HPV can affect these young people as they live their life, just, playing around. Your virgin child who also haven't had sex can contact HPV, because statistics has shown us that these people, even if they haven't been virgin, people are playing with their private parts. So it's important not only for you to consider adults, but also consider young people, that they have to be vaccinated, because the vaccines are even more effective in younger people from age 11 to 13. Next slide. So what vaccine do you want to take when you visit your doctor? Not only do I want you to take vaccine, I want you to screen yourself on a regular basis. On here, you can see the amount of doses. When people are young from age 9 to 14, females and males can take 2 doses of this vaccine and they will be protected throughout their lifetime. For older people from 15 to 26, they need 3 doses. And for people like us who are over 27, you need 3 doses, but you have to talk to your doctors. Regular screening is also encouraged. For people under 21, they don't need no screening at all. But if you're over 21, I think you should get the screening every 3 years. For people like myself, who have now had the history of people dying in our family because of that, we even may have to testing every 2 years. So I'm admonishing my community today that we don't have to be sick before we visit the doctor. The protection the vaccines offer can help us stay alive so that we can fulfill our purpose. So I'm sharing this in memory of my only sister, who worked so hard as a youth, believing that there is an American dream, moved to the US, but she wasn't able to eat any of those American dreams. She worked, she collected all of these certificates. And when our time was prime, was when HPV associated with cervical cancer caught her life short. My hope is that everybody on this panel, or whether you're listening in from anywhere around the world, that you ask questions about why are you refusing to take vaccine? And why are you refusing to test? And whether you're waiting until you're sick before you head to the clinic. Thank you for this presentation. I was hoping it's going to be a conversation, but I'm happy to do it this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olubamiji, for that. Condolences on the loss of your sister, and very sorry that it took this to, you know, as a wake-up call. We get wake-up calls all the time. We get wake-up calls about prostate cancer. We get wake-up calls about breast cancer. And I really appreciate you sharing the knowledge about the vaccine and for encouraging us to be proactive, not waiting until, you know, you actually have symptoms. The issue of being screened by your doctor, etc., that's a whole other issue. We know that in Ontario, au Quebec, and in other parts of Canada, there is a doctor shortage. Very few people are lucky enough to have a doctor that follows their health trajectory that way, but that shouldn't stop us at all. Merci, merci beaucoup. Thank you for that. So we go from biotechnology to Black entrepreneurs, but in the healthcare space. We're going to talk to Dr. Jeanette Zenstros, who she is a serial entrepreneur. She has that technical background. She is in the communication space. And so tell us where Black entrepreneurs fit in that technology and healthcare confluence.
Well, I was going to share that I think that Blacks, like I can definitely, as an American employer, I'm going to speak primarily what's happening in the American market. I know that there's definitely, we've seen a rising of applications that cater to mental health, right? So there's an app called Hurdle that it caters to, it's a mental health startup that pairs patients with therapists, right? And then we've seen apps like Health in the Hue that connects women of color with culturally sensitive medical providers as well. We also have another app that is called Clifney Health. I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. It analyzes data to help doctors identify at-risk patients in underdeserved areas. And then there was another app that I recently read up on that is called Medical Hall that arranges transportation for those of marginalized communities to help them get to their medical appointments. Now, when we're looking at the Canadian landscape, I think that these are definitely applications that we can mimic, but also curating this based upon our current narrative. There is traction for sure. I know that in the Canadian tech space, that we're seeing more and more entrepreneurs arising. However, I wasn't, even through my own research, I haven't been able to come across any Canadian-based applications that cater directly to our health community. So there's definitely a gap in the market, and I think that there's areas in where we can strive to be inspired by some of the technological advancements of the African-American community, but curating it based upon our Black Canadian narrative and the needs that exist in our community here.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that these apps and this technology is are more prevalent in the US because they actually have research on Black health in a way we don't have here in Canada? Does that play a role at all?
That does play a role, but I think that plays a role, but I think it's an all around, like, let's not forget that America is almost twice the age of Canada. And many of us being first generation, where a lot of us are now laying the foundation, but I won't dismiss the amount of traction that Black Canadians have made, particularly in the last 15 years, or even in the last 2 years, in mobilizing in order to take in every sector to create transformation. So I do think that there's definitely the opportunity. We're also seeing under the current administration here in Canada that the government has been very influential in literally throwing dollars at the Black community in terms of technology. We recently saw the technological grant that was gifted to the Black community in terms of, I think it was 500 million. And we've seen other opportunities for women entrepreneurs as well for around 250 million. So it's taking advantage and seizing these opportunities and being more proactive. But I also think it is also a part of the education within our community as well. I think there's been reluctance for our community to take advantage of some of these opportunities because one, there could be a lack of illiteracy, especially on the area of finance, on how to take advantage of these opportunities. If there are in fact grants, where do you go? Do you have access to a grant writer? So a part of it is a combination of access, and then also part of the reluctance is I think that there's apprehension based upon there could be skepticism on whether or not these tools are truly do aid in supporting us to fuel Black businesses as well. In the
when in our email exchange, you did bring up the problem of the Black community not giving the credibility to our Black scientists and technology entrepreneurs in the healthcare space. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. I will share this. I think it's because I've traveled to so many places globally, and especially on the continent of Africa. And there is, on the continent of Africa, there's Black intellectualism that is very well embraced. Whereas for those of us that are of Caribbean descent or are in the diaspora, there is this reluctance or almost apprehension to trust our own. And so even when we look at the healthcare space, I know that I've definitely had encounters, not even personal, but bore witness to encounters with Black men and women that had reluctance in acquiring doctors that represented their own communities. And so I think it's a part of us shifting the narrative away from looking at white as being the standard and focusing on how do we still pay homage to understanding that we understand the trauma that has come through our displacement, but not leaving that as being the entire focal point, and shifting and actually transforming that conversation where we embrace Black intellectualism beyond just the scope of the trauma that we've in fact experienced. Black intellectualism in North America has been very much pigeonholed into race conversations. And unfortunately, it is something that we've had to adapt to because it's something that was placed on us. It wasn't something that we in fact wanted. But I think that for those of us that are first generation have the ability to transform these conversations, but that does not mean negating our past. It's acknowledging the past, but how do we pave brighter futures for not just in the entrepreneurship sector, but looking at all sectors as Black men and women. I think one of the parts that I've been so excited about being Black and Canadian and being first generation is seeing the amount of mobilization and traction Black Canadians have made in the last 2 years. COVID, I would share that from 2018 to now, which is 4 years, has been tremendous for us. And so I want us to be inspired by what is going on south of the border, but not bandwagoning. Because I think a lot of times in Black Canada, we bandwagon on African-American plight, not understanding unless you are integrated there as an employer, as like myself, or live there, visiting there does not give you the all-encompassing knowledge of what is taking place in America. Black Canada, meanwhile, has parallels. We still have a very different conversation here when it comes to race dynamics, and particularly in healthcare. So it's very important that we are mindful to listen to not just voices in the Toronto GTA, which represents 450,000 Black men and women, but the other 750,000 Black people all across the country, just like myself. Because I don't live in the Toronto GTA and I grew up in a predominantly white community, but had access to a lot of great wellness tools that were in fact accessible to myself. But I am still mindful of listening to my other brothers and sisters in this conversation who have had unfortunate experiences or just as unique experiences such as myself.
Thank you very much for that. And as someone who comes from Kenya, I can validate what you're saying about the way our African scientists are viewed on the continent. the way they're treated by big pharma from the West is a whole other story.
Absolutely.
Because you hear these horror stories of Black African healers, herbalists, scientists who come up with medicines and treatments that are working, but their know-how is viewed as less than because they don't use, all of the sophisticated technological processes, et cetera, et cetera. And one thing that jumped, pardon?
Yeah, I was just about to share, Sarah. And one thing is, I made the statement in based on compassion to those that have been displaced, because a part of that is the media narrative that has been curated in North American content, and especially for those that immigrate to Canada coming from the Caribbean, they're heavily afflicted by American content. So a lot of times when they show up in Canada, they have this perception that the Canadian narrative and the American narrative are exactly the same, which they are in fact not exactly the same. Meanwhile, America will share, and not to make this political, but meanwhile, America will share that, segregation is gone and these things are gone. It is not. It is still very much active and real. In Canada, I think one of the biggest factors that we have to look at is we spent a lot of time attempting to integrate. And that integration sometimes can be useful, but it can also hinder the traction for Black researchers as well. Because it doesn't mean that we should reinvent the wheel around scientific research. We should use some of what has already existed as the foundation, but we need to expand on that conversation, particularly for our community. Because I know that there's been plenty of Black women that I have come across who have been shamed. One of the things that even when Dr. I want to make sure I pronounce her name properly because people mispronounce my name all the time. Adedola, is that correct?
Adeola. Olupamidi.
Yeah, so Adeola was speaking about was the reluctance to go and to engage healthcare workers, but that reluctance it's so much deeper when we start looking at for the Black community, and even if we see people that are such as ourselves. I know that there was a Nigerian woman many years ago who I was waiting for a prescription, and she was actually body shamed and shamed around her body, especially in her gynecological area, and told that she had to meet these certain standards of criteria. When you are dealing with a woman who is in fact a doctor, we understand the complexities of our body and our system. So therefore we understand that we're not supposed to be typecast, or our fluids or bodily organs, certain things are not going to be the same as another, even those that share the same phenotype or the same the racial makeup. So I think, I do think that one of the ways is to, Black intellectualism will be taken seriously when Black people also take it seriously and intentionally take it seriously as well. There's a plethora of us that actually do exist, but I don't think that we are highlighted in the same way as in other sectors.
Thank you very much for that. And that's where 100 ABC Women comes in. So we get to hear from and see doctors with Nigerian last names, with Ghanaian, Ethiopian, Somali last names. And hopefully that group picture that we saw of medical students is going to keep growing, so that by the time I'm a senior, I'm going to be able to have my pick of Black doctors. Education, education, education. And as a Black history geek, one way to counteract the narrative that informs our prejudice against Black scientists and researchers, etc. Learn your history. Learn about Kizzmekia Corbett. Learn about Dr. Charles Drew. Learn about Patricia Bath, laser technology, all of that. And make sure that that's also in your mind. Speaking of education, okay, so we've heard about vaccines, biotechnology, and how to protect our health and our loved ones' health that way. Records, because we are living in the digital era. Everything is digitized, including health records. We have with us Denise, who is going to talk just broadly about data protection. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Sarah, and to the other panelists. Well, first, I'd like to thank the 100 ABC Women for this extraordinary opportunity to join this very important topic and discussion. As I listened through many of the panelists' discussions, I was thrilled to hear about their experiences and accomplishments, and happy to know that we have each other and one another to lean on, and I hope we can continue in these discussions moving forward. But in addressing the topics of your privacy related to your health, we could spend hours talking about data privacy protection, as this topic, it's a hot topic globally. As technologies grow, the activities of cyber criminals are also increasing. They have become even more sophisticated than ever and are able to find ways to exploit security vulnerabilities in even the most secure technologies. In June, our Canadian government tabled a second attempt to reform the Canadian Privacy Law Bill C-27. And there's no doubt our existing legislation is clearly out of date and needs to be reformed. But for the purpose of our discussion and in the interest of time, I will cover a general overview of data privacy protection in relation to your personal health data based on my expertise as a privacy law specialist, and not specifically in relation to personal health information, because I don't specialize in that. It's also important to note that each province and territory will have their own public sector legislation that applies to provincial government agencies. You also have the Privacy Act, which governs personal information handling practices of federal government institutions. So what exactly, when we do talk about personal health information, what exactly is it covered under the Ontario Act? Well, personal health information is identifying information about an individual. And that could be whether it's oral or recorded information. And I have some examples of what that would look like. So information, if it relates to an individual's physical or mental condition, including your family medical history, it would be considered to fall under the definition of what is personal information. If it relates to provisions of healthcare to an individual, if it is a plan of service for an individual, or relates to even payments or eligibility for healthcare or for coverage for healthcare, it would be considered to be identifiable and therefore fall under the definition of that personal information is, and of course will need to be protected. So the definition covers a wide, vast overview of what is considered to be identifiable information. But what's important is that your data, when it's disclosed, is protected by those who you share it with. So how does your custodian, and we'll talk a little bit about what the definition of a custodian is, how do they ensure your information is protected, safeguarded, especially when they disclose the information to their agents? As I earlier suggested, my focus on this topic will be in relation to Ontario's health-specific privacy legislation, the Personal Health Information Protection Act. And I want to make it clear that the Act does not apply to all personal health information, but specifically applies to that which is collected, used, and disclosed by your health information custodians. So when we talk about a custodian, the Act defines this as a person involved in delivering healthcare services. So for example, your healthcare practitioner, a long-term care service provider, a community care access corporation, your hospital, or other facilities like your pharmacy, for example, or a laboratory that you may go to do some tests. These all fall under the definition of a health information custodian and would be required to comply with the legislation. We mentioned, you sharing your health information. So when we use the word sharing, I prefer not to use that terminology. I prefer to use the term disclosing your information, because essentially that's exactly what an individual is doing. They're disclosing information to their custodian, who may subsequently share your information with their agents. And the Act defines an agent as someone who is authorized to act on behalf of a custodian and performs activities for the purpose of a custodian, and that's whether or not they are employed by the custodian or receiving remuneration for their activities. What I realize from speaking with many individuals more often than not is that individuals believe that their health information is only in relation to written information. But in fact, it also applies to oral information about an individual. And that's pretty important. So if you're providing oral information to your custodian, this information is also caught under the legislation. So how do you ensure that your custodian is protecting your information? How do we know that they're keeping it secure? Well, when an individual discloses their information to a custodian, they have an expectation that there will be a level of care to protect that information from unauthorized access to it. The expectation will be for your custodian to secure your data and only disclose your data in accordance with the parameters within the legislation. But with that being said, it is essential that individuals take the time to ask your health providers about their practices. After all, we are talking about your sensitive data. How many people actually ask their healthcare provider about their privacy practices? I doubt very many. Many times we just assume that our custodians and their authorized agents have appropriate protocols in place to protect our data. But the reality is even the most secure environment can have exposure. What's important is that your custodian has the proper protocols in place to mitigate the exposure from happening. So don't be afraid to ask questions of your custodian, read their privacy policies, and arm yourself with the appropriate resources so that you better understand your rights and better understand how your data is being collected, used, and disclosed. The reality is data is a commodity, and if it's accessed by unauthorized individuals, this can certainly have a detrimental consequence for your privacy. I would say, never assume that your data is secure. Find out who your information is being disclosed to and for what purpose. Your custodian has to have consent from you as well, whether that's express or implied consent, and there must be a purpose for any disclosure that is being made, and that's pretty important. Now, there are many rules around disclosure of personal health information, but as a general rule, consent is required to disclose an individual's personal health information, unless the Act allows the disclosure without consent. And in these cases, your custodian can rely on or assume implied consent as long as certain requirements are fulfilled. So if your custodian is disclosing your personal health information, it should be disclosed within what we call a circle of care, which, needs to be done with your consent. The circle of care does not include custodians who are part of a direct or a follow-up requirement, but let's take an example. In the insurance companies, there wouldn't be any reason for them to fall into the circle of care and really shouldn't be receiving your information without consent. In any event, the disclosure must be reasonably necessary for the provision of healthcare, and individuals must not have expressly withheld or withdrawn their consent. There are situations where your custodian may be required to disclose your information without your express consent, and this is, of course, in very limited circumstances. And if I give some examples of that, if the disclosure is reasonably necessary for providing healthcare, and consent cannot be obtained in a timely manner unless there is an express request for the individual instructing otherwise, they may need to disclose your information. Other examples, if a custodian needs to contact a relative or a friend or potential substitute decision maker of an individual who is injured, incapacitated, or ill, or unable to give consent personally, they can rely on implied consent in those circumstances as well. Other examples, for example, if the custodian needs to inform a person that an individual is a patient or a resident in a facility and needs to advise of the individual's general health status and the location of the individual, especially if they're in a facility, unless there is an express request from the individual instructing otherwise, they may need to expose that information. And your province will have, your government agents will have several guidance papers and FAQs regarding personal health information and your consent. I suggest that each and every one of you, review your provincial health services, and their website should have a lot of information for you with regards to how your data is being protected and when consent is required for your information to be shared. Now, I want to kind of pivot away from talking about sharing of information and talk about a real hot topic around your data. And that's really around when your data gets exposed, or if your custodian or their agent falls into a situation where your data is being hacked. If your data gets hacked, the likelihood is that your personal health information is either being stolen, lost, or accessed by an unauthorized person. And you probably, you won't know until you've been notified by your custodian and or their agent. The interesting aspect is that the Act requires custodians and their agents to notify individuals at the first reasonable opportunity. And there's no prescribed timeline for notification of a breach. And there are many reasons why this is the case. I mean, if your custodian or their agent are involved in a data breach or a security incident, they'll need to have time for them to conduct an internal investigation. And they'll want to deal with the containment to better understand the extent of the security incident. And it's
Denise,
sure.
May I interrupt you to ask, what on earth would somebody be doing with my stolen health records? What on earth? What would they be doing with it?
Well, there's many things that people can do. I mean, the black market is the first place that they would go, and they would try to sell your data. There are many people that don't have health records. They don't have security information for them to be able to access health support. And they can use your details in order to either take your identity, steal your identity, in order for them to get healthcare. So it's really important that this information is protected. And if your custodian or your agent has a breach, they need to act quickly to contain that because the black market is very heavy. And, a lot of these organizations end up having to hire third parties to monitor the black market when a data breach happens. Your data can travel around the world within minutes. And, it's something personal to you and should be protected. But really what's important when there is an incident is for your custodian or their agent to really understand the full extent of the situation prior to notifying you as an individual. Because you're going to have many questions. You're going to want to know what happened, when it happened, how fast, will they be able to contain the situation, and how fast can they be able to make sure that your data is further protected. And so it's really important that your custodians and their agents do a thorough investigation before they follow through with their notification requirements that are set out in the Act.
So Denise, I'm gonna have to interrupt you because we're running out of time. We're actually almost at the end of our session. But so can you repeat sort of in general where people should go to look for laws around data privacy, especially with regard to their healthcare?
Sure. So I always say, the first place to start with is if you have a commissioner, like an information protection commissioner within your province, really start by looking at their resources. They have a lot of useful resources and publications around data protection, how your custodians, your agents should protect your data, what happens if there is a data breach or an identity theft. And these guidances are there for the public's consumption. And I would highly recommend visiting your, your commissioner's website to get further information on this topic. I can't stress enough how important it is for your data to be protected. And understand that if your data does get exposed, there are ways for you to
you have recourse.
There is recourse, and you can report them to your local government as well, so that they're aware of the scenario. But your custodians have to do their due diligence when they share your data. They should be auditing their vendors as well.
Yeah, Janae.
Yes, I just wanted to add on something.
Final comment? Yeah.
Yes, it's just a final comment. I was just going to add on to what Denise shared. Data privacy in Canada is in fact going to be shifting, and it's really important from the technology side that people encrypt. In the United States, back under the previous administration, not the current administration, they repealed the ISP Act, the Internet Service Provider Act, which in fact gave allowed access to gather data, which was beneficial for my company, but not necessarily beneficial for those that disclose, and health data was one of those aspects that they disclose. So market research firms could in fact utilize this data to gain further insights. So a part of what my organization does is that we do targeted marketing that gains further insights, and corporations can in fact buy this data to gain further insights and directly target, and also utilize this type of data to transform and shift algorithms. So therefore, if any of you are on social media and all of a sudden you say, you made a comment, well, I wish I had Krispy Kreme donuts. You're seeing Krispy Kreme donuts. I'm sorry, I take full responsibility for that. So I would share with you that it's really important, because the Canadian narrative is in fact around data privacy is in fact sharing. It's one of the ways that, just with what's happening with our current economy, that the previous administration in the United States found a way to actually regenerate or re-stimulate the market. And so do not think that data privacy, just because Canada and Europe may have more stringent policies, that it in fact cannot transform or even shift in that direction here as well. That's all I want.
Okay, thanks for that. And a final comment from Dr. Olubamiji, and I'd like you to make a final comment about vaccines.
Okay, so I wanted to add a quick note on data protection, which we can all use. On your mobile phone right now, you can go under setting and in privacy to turn on or off that opportunity that people have to actually target you. Number two is when you're visiting websites and they say accept cookies. Be careful the cookies you accept, because that exposes you so much. So in some cases, they'll say accept all cookies or accept selected cookies. It's probably better to decline everything if you can. If they don't let you enter, accept selected cookies. Accepting all cookies give access to you completely. So we can prevent this by doing that. Now on vaccine, I want to admonish our community. I know for religious purpose, for other reasons, some people have hesitation for taking vaccines, but I want to tell you that staying alive is very critical when you're thinking about raising your children. You're thinking about really manifesting and fulfilling your God's given purpose. So please, I want to admonish you to consider taking vaccines. And for those people who are starting their journey into taking vaccines, maybe they got excited listening to me today, you want to go and explore HPV vaccines. There are 3 doses or 2 doses if you're getting that for your children. Please make sure they complete the dose. You're not protected unless the dose is completed. Also, for those of you who have collected your COVID-19 vaccines and there is a need for top-up, or you didn't collect the second shot. So I want to remind you that you need to go back and collect that second shot, because without it, you are not fully protected. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And that's a very good note on which to end this discussion, because it's a message of empowerment. You have the power to do something. You have the power to do something to protect your healthcare data, to also not be targeted by unwanted marketers. You also have the power to protect yourself against HPV, cervical cancer, COVID. And I'd like to really thank the government of Quebec for Clic Santé, which reminds you, it's been so many months since you had your last dose of COVID-19 vaccine. You need to go in for another one. Please pay attention to those messages. Thank you so much, Janae, Adeola, and Denise, for sharing your expertise with us. Vous nous avez donné beaucoup de matière à réflexion et j'espère que les gens vont continuer les conversations, que les gens vont utiliser les renseignements que vous avez partagés pour vraiment prendre en main leur propre santé et la santé de leur famille. It's really been an honor. And I hope this is a fireside chat that's going to be happening this year. I would love to moderate that fireside chat with these ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, to the architect of the fireside chat, Donna Jones-Simmons, you have just gotten the word that we need to have some deep conversations on this. Dr. Janae, Dr. Adiola, Denise, what a rich and empowering conversation we just had on technology. And I want to remind people that we have the Black Scientist Task Force here in Canada that you can turn to for information, and also go on to the Ministry of Health. So thank you so much. And we definitely look forward to having more deeper conversations with all three of you. And Dr. Janae, stay safe in Israel.
I am.
We're going to move straight into our next panel. Next speaker, and it's our commentary by Dr. Brenda Wade. She's a modern relationship training creator of modern relationships, mastermind program psychologist, television expert, speaker, and author. Dr. Brenda has created and led transformational events, making her one of the elite global relationships and DEI experts, combining science, psychology, and personal evolution. Dr. Brenda takes a holistic approach to training in the art of relationships, both business and personal. Her trainings maximize transformation in relationships, igniting wellness, wealth, and authentic connection and success. As the founder of Mother Love and Relationship Global Training Programs, Dr. Brenda is a powerful trainer who takes complex ideas and adapts them to her audience, creating an easy to understand method for implementation and transformation. In the DEI space, Dr. Brenda delivers intersectional training and presentations that transform embedded patterns of racism, sexism, and homophobia. Her DEI expertise is utilized by entertainment, sports, profit, and nonprofit universities, and more. To give us commentary as we're about to wrap up today, I am so honored and excited to welcome Dr. Brenda Wade. Dr. Brenda, over to you.
Oh my goodness, I think that is the most dynamic and positive and exciting introduction I've ever had. Thank you.
Listen, when I met you and I spoke to you, I was infused. So my day is going to be better already.
Oh, I love the energy of this conference, and I'm so honored to be here and grateful for the opportunity to speak with women who are as accomplished as my dear friend, Dr. Janae, and all of the ladies that I've heard speak, just absolutely brilliant. And I'm only going to take a few minutes of your time to talk about what is closest to my heart, and that is our well-being. As women of color, we have a long history, and several of you spoke to it, the history that says that our bodies, our needs, our emotions, our minds, and our contributions can be systematically devalued, even though we're making extraordinary efforts every single day to take care of our families, to put our work out into the world. And the photo that was on my screensaver there, that wasn't me in the beautiful purple outfit dancing. I wish it were. That was my daughter, Kai. And I keep that photo on my screensaver to remind me of her mission, which is, she calls it the Ministry of Black Women Resting. So I want to bring into the conversation something that might seem a little bit off center, but for me, this is what is most vital. We are out making a difference every single day. We are all highly educated, accomplished women. I know who all of you are. And the most important thing for all of us is to learn how to take care of ourselves so that we have many years of good health, so that we can continue to make our contributions in the world. Now, I have suffered myself, let me just confess, what I call workaholism, and sometimes I call it Black woman-holism, because we work harder than anybody. And one of the things that I want to just put out is a model I call the 4Q model. That's 4 quadrants: your body, and if you don't mind, do this with me, just touch gently your body, because when we touch the body with awareness, the body goes, oh, you're talking to me? So just do this. Just touch your body gently and take a breath and say, my body. Yes, yes. I have to bring awareness, conscious awareness to my body. And then we have emotion. So just gently tap your heart and just say, oh, my emotions, that's energy in motion. How conscious am I that I am pumping that energy through my body from my heart? And now smile. Smile while you tap your heart. We're now aware of the body. We're aware of the emotions. Now we're going to add the mind. And when we smile, our brain goes, oh, there's no lion in the grass. I'm safe. So put that smile on and notice that we're making a very simple but powerful neurological connection when we tap the heart, when we smile, when we touch the body. So now we have body, emotions, mind, and of course, the last piece is spirit. So whatever spirit means to you, whatever faith you follow, whatever practices you have, I'm going to add a practice, which is meditation. And there are many, many forms of meditation, but listen to the word, medicine is embedded in meditation. Now, I've traveled all over the world, learned many forms of meditation, of healing practice. And I just want to say one of the most powerful practices I found was traveling in Dakar, Senegal, where the doctor there who combined Western medicine with traditional medicine practice had rates of healing from so-called mental illness that were extraordinary. Here in Western United States and Canada, if somebody goes into a mental hospital, that's the beginning of a cycle of recidivism. Over and over and over, that person comes back. I see them again and again in the emergency room, again and again in the hospital, on the locked ward. But there in Senegal, the family stays with that person who's having the disturbance. The doctor sits down, doesn't lock them up, doesn't give them electroconvulsive shock, doesn't fill them full of medicines. The doctor says, what's going on in your life? What do you need? And then they bring in the traditional healer who brings the family together. The whole family does a ritual, prayer, and meditation. So I'm going to give you my short form, if that's okay. That was me building the platform of what we're going to do together. We're going to take just 2 minutes, only 2 minutes, for me to introduce you to a simple, scientifically proven practice. I'm a scientist before I became a clinician, so I lean heavily into the science. If you tap your heart right here, the sternum, and see if I can get this in the picture so you can see me. Tap your heart. Do this with me, please. Take a deep, slow breath. Now we're going to put all 4 quadrants together, body, emotions, mind, spirit, and just say to yourself, I am, this is a challenge, I am 100% lovable. Say that to yourself. How many times do you tell yourself, I am 100% lovable? Keep tapping. It takes a full 60 seconds to activate the thymus gland right there under the breastbone. Keep tapping. And now we've got our 60 seconds. Let your hand just rest. I am 100% lovable. If you're someplace you can say it out loud, say it out loud. Everybody say that one more time. I am 100% lovable. Now think of all the people that you support, that you give your energy to. Do you give even 10% of that back to yourself? If we don't, we will suffer burnout. We will suffer depression. Our energy is pressed down, and we will fall into that category of the angry or the tired and exhausted, the worn out Black woman, and none of us need go there. There are simple practices. So tap the heart, deep breath. I am 100% lovable. Put the smile on your face. Now your brain has been reset. Now, how much time do you need in order to do this? 3 minutes. 3 minutes in the morning, 3 minutes at night before you go to sleep, so you get deep, truly restful sleep. Now, I'm going to hold any further comment. I would like you to ask me any question that you have. I'd like to respond directly to your needs or your question. I'll take any question. And by the way, I have to add, one of the ways that we get our bodies in tune and the hormones balanced is through a good sexual life, ladies. Yes, I'm going to bring sex into the conversation. Go right ahead. I see you have a question, Nicole, please.
And the question is simply this. So many of us, especially as Black women, we are moving constantly. We're busy being busy. We're healing and we're leading while we're bleeding, right? And we're healing while we're leading.
Yes.
And so how do we really pause? What is a good tip? Because, it's turning off the brain and allowing our brain cells, the neuroplasticity in our brains to replenish. How, I think, as we wind this down, what would be a couple tips to just stop, to get your mind still?
Yeah. The first and the easiest one is the deep, slow breath. The minute we take a slow breath, because most of us are not aware, we're breathing 1/3 of our lung capacity most of the time. We're going, and what's next? And I have to get this done. And why can't I get that done? And now, where is the da-da-da-da? We're constantly taking the slow, shallow breath. Just simply pay attention to your breath. Deep, slow breath, all the way down to the floor of your pelvis. Everybody do it with me. Thank you for that question, Nicole. I love it. Slow breath. And if you tap here, now sometimes I'm in a meeting or I'm even on national television and I'll simply do this. And I'll just take the breath. The camera's on. I don't care. I take the breath because I want to be centered. I want all of my faculties to be charged and focused. The quickest way to get there is get this oxygenation, get this relaxation simultaneously. Now, if you can add on first thing in the morning, last thing at night, the practice of meditation. Again, use this tapping of the heart, activating the thymus gland, deep breath. And now, if you're going to meditate, put your attention right here between your eyes and simply envision a light. Now, my daughter has started, I'm going to offer this. My daughter Kai has started what she calls the ministry of rest. And the ministry of rest is that we minister to our needs by taking the time every day to rest. Now, I am guilty. My hand is up. I will burn through days, but I have Kai on that screensaver dancing. And I think, okay, what would Kai say? And I take the breath and I do turn on the music and I do a little dance, if at all possible. Sometimes my partner thinks I've lost my mind because he's not into dancing, but I'll have my little dance because it helps me to center and stay calm. And above all, we're dumping the stress hormones out of our system. The deep breath slows down the heart. The brain goes, oh, we don't need these stress hormones. You mean there's not a lion in the grass that I have to fight? Ah, okay, I'll get rid of the cortisol. I'll bring back online all those healthy neurotransmitters and get your heart into coherence. So that's the quick methodology. Tap, breathe, smile, and say, I am 100% worthy. Everybody got that?
I got it.
I love that question, Nicole. Thank you.
And you know what? You were such the perfect person to wrap up today because you really summed up today what we need to do for ourselves as women, what we need to do for our families and our loved ones, because we don't stop. And, it's something that I say that we stopped breathing. I remember early on when, we dealt with George Floyd and I said, are you breathing?
Yes.
We're moving, but we're not really breathing. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule. I know it's early where you are still, and we're like at 2:00 in the afternoon and it's still morning where you are. So I thank you so much. And we look forward to having you.
An honor. Thank you.
Come and do a fireside chat with us. And I look forward to even bringing you onto my podcast one day. And I see the thank yous coming in the chat. I'm getting it across my screen. Thank you.
Thank you. It was an honor. Absolutely. And we as Black women do so much in the world that is valuable and important. We need to value ourselves. We are important.
I think I just want to come and sit at your feet because your voice is so calming. I just want to come and sit at your feet for like a week, and that will be all the vacation I need.
You're welcome. You're
anywhere.
welcome.
I don't need
I'm leading a retreat to Jamaica in
Okay,
just
so
a
we're gonna
month.
have to learn
Please
about
come
this.
with me. Come with
A
me.
retreat to Jamaica with Dr. Wade. Who is with me? Well, Dr. Wade, thank you so much for investing in us today, for taking the time, because, you know, this symposium, Women Taking Control, Investing in Black Healthcare, it's been an honor. And I just want to thank our sponsor, TD Bank. And I just want to send a video before we come back and do our closing. Can we bring up the video, please? And while I wait for that wonderful video, because I don't want to talk while the video is on. There we go. I see the video coming up. Thank you so much, TD Bank, for partnering with 100 Accomplished Black Canadian Women and to being such a true partner in this. We are definitely proud of the caliber of expertise that we assembled for this event. From the inception, the energy level was set high by Dr. Onye's presentation. It was informative, it was educational. And for each of the panelists, providing nuggets of information and truths for the attendees, all of you who came in, whether you were on the webinar, whether you were watching on YouTube, and to the moderators, my goodness, I don't know how you did it, because as a moderator myself, I knew how hard it was when you had such rich content and such a short time. We need an hour for each person. Luke, before I go any further, I want to say, what was it like for you attending this seminar today? As a man sitting there, I know, how was this for you?
It was absolutely amazing. It was incredible. I learned so much. And to be honest with you, I was always wondering, what are my aunties talking about? My mom, my grandmother, what is everybody talking about? What are my girl cousins talking about? My sisters? And now I see there's wealth of information in these Black women conversation. You know, wealth is health, health is wealth, knowledge is power. And it just reminds me of something that Maya Angelou had told Oprah Winfrey one time. When you know better, you do better. And I think we all know better today, right? But again, if we like this panel, put it in the chat, everybody. Let us know, put it in the comments on YouTube, say it on LinkedIn, retweet it, share it, and tell us what you learned, because people often come out of an event, like even for me today, and I'll say it's a great event, but really it depends on what you do with it at the end, right? What do you do with the information that you learn?
Yes.
That's how you know if it was a great event or not. So today we heard a lot of Black intellectualism. So let's not dismiss the information that we learned from these Black intellectuals, and let's take action in our community, right? We know the importance of also having allies. Crystal, you're invited to the cookout, but like all together, let's make sure that we uphold, you know, our Black women, everything that you do in the community.
And you know, our panelists, you know, from the beginning, when Dr. Honouree spoke, listen, you got to go back on the YouTube and watch the replay. And our body keeps score. She reminded us our body keeps score. The vicarious trauma, race-based trauma. How do we heal from it? Death by 1,000 cuts is what she said, yes. You know, and the prevention, you know, it's like football. If you know, some women you're into football, some women you're not, but you have to be on the offensive so you don't have to be defensive. So let's, as women and for our families, start operating on the offensive. Let's advocate for each other. Take someone to your doctor's appointment. Take someone to the bank with you, because you can't all keep it together. Prevention is so key, and self-care. Our first panel, led by Dr. Denise O'Neill-Green, spoke about self-care and its importance, that we must do this. And we then went into our second panel. Let me tell you, I was like, better health leads to better finances. When you're healthy, you're wealthy. And the key thing is, I think the pandemic taught us, you have to be prepared for the unexpected. None of us expected this pandemic, and it turned us into a whirlwind. How do we prepare? We may not have been prepared then, but moving forward, don't stay on the negative. How can you, don't go to that and thinking, the automatic negative thinking. Go to the pant thinking, I call it the positive, you know, automatic thinking. because we want to do better. We need to feel better. We need to embrace technology. Our third panel talks about technology. So many are scared of the vaccine. So many don't want to share the information. Go and get the information. There are enough people. There is enough people online and enough organizations. There is information to be had. And if you can find out the information of your loved ones for their health, if something happens to one of your children, your spouse, your siblings, who has access? Do you know where to go and find their medical information? And technology is key. And two, Bev Dixon and Letna Allen Rowe, thank you so much. You came with such joy. That poem, look, that poem was so beautiful. And Letna, you made us laugh. Norma Faye, Black folks and strokes, let me tell you, I think you gave us such knowledge with the things that we need to look for, how we need to pause. And when we're not feeling well, don't ignore it. And the signs of a stroke. And for our last panelists, you guys were so rich. Dr. Jeanette, Dr. Adiola, Denise, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Dr. Brenda Wade, we can't thank you enough for spending time with us. And I know, Malcolm, you wanted to say some more thank yous is there. So I'm going to throw it back over to you. Not the video yet, Malcolm. Not the video yet. Not the video yet. Not the video yet. I think you played the video too soon. It's Luke was going to speak. Go ahead, Luke.
Oh, me? Yeah. Sorry. I think he said he went because he said Malcolm. No, but it's all good.
Sorry.
I just really wanted to say thank you as well for everybody. I think the panelists and everyone. It took a lot of preparation. Let's honor that. It took a lot of preparation. It took a lot of work for all of this. So really, from our honorable Dr. Gina Augustine to the architect as well, Donna Jill Simmons. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And we're not saying it here, but Nicole, you did a lot of work as much more than a host. And it really was an honor to be here as a learning lesson. This is a masterclass in how to do amazing events. So I also want to make sure that, we tip our hat off to you, because although you're here as a host, you're also behind the scene from a technology standpoint, but from like every other, aspect, making sure that today was well done. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you so much. And to our team, Dr. Anna Jarvis is not here with us. She is our co-curator of this event. She had a death in her family. To Jennifer Singh, to Kit, to Malcolm, Luke, you were an amazing co-host. Michelle Green, Rose Hurst, who did our program. If you didn't see the program, there was a link in the chat, and we're actually going to put the link up online on our website. Please follow us. Please go to our website, www.100abcwomen.ca. And today we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We honor you all. We hope you have a beautiful rest of the evening. And we want to say thank you once again to all our panelists, to all our speakers, to all our moderators, to the Honorable Dr. Jean Augustine, to Donna Jones Simmons, and Dr. Denise O'Neill Green for having the know-how, the courage, the tenacity to put this together. Thank you, and good afternoon, good morning wherever you are. Malcolm, over to you. Thank you.
And everybody get the book.
Oh yes, get the 100 ABC book. How could we forget that? Go back online and get the 100 ABC book. Information coming up in the slides. Bye.
Look how far you have come on your own, but never alone. Through the rain and through the shine, here's your moment, it's your time. You stood tall and now you see, standing in your destiny. 100 woman growing strong. 100 woman where you belong. You stood tall and now you see, you have reached your destiny. come on your own, but never alone. Through the rain and through the shine, here's your moment.